Chapter 2109. A trashy harvest. Everyone was stunned. When the dust settled, they immediately discovered that there was nothing but rubble on the ground. There was indeed nothing. 1 million is gone. Not even a strand of hair? I knew that there was nothing on that mountain. Without a doubt, those voices of schadenfreude came one after another. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. He knew that the feng shui at the foot of the mountain was very good. The reason why there were no treasures was because the time was too short, causing the feng shui to not produce any treasures. The second one. Lin Ling said indifferently. Yuan Shizi started to worry. It was too disappointing that there was nothing here. However, he still opened the second mountain. Rumble. Countless rocks flew in all directions, causing the crowd to stare with wide eyes. Pa. Stone after stone fell to the ground, but he didn't see any magic stones. There weren't even many spiritual herbs. Patter. Finally, a piece of bone fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Just a piece of broken bone? This you-two brat couldn't have dug up their ancestral graves, right? Interesting. Broken bones, are you going to dig them out and feed them to the dogs? The high priest couldn't help but laugh loudly. Lin Ling also laughed. Moreover, he laughed very happily and excitedly. He hurriedly ordered, "Go and bring that bone over." The Dark Dragon Emperor pounced over and picked up the broken bone. His face was filled with depression. What was this broken bone going to do? When Lin Ling picked up the bone, the Dark Dragon Emperor even saw that his master was actually very happy, as if he was going to eat the bone. You really are a dog. You think a piece of broken bone is a treasure. The high priest laughed again, causing the demons to laugh. Lin Ling turned a deaf ear. At this moment he was indeed very excited. He didn't expect to gain so much. Because this bone was the bone of a god. Although he did not know which god it came from, nor did he know why it appeared here, he was sure that it was the bone of an extremely ancient expert from the martial god realm. Perhaps, that expert had fought with someone in the martial god realm and died in the end. His bones had exploded, and one of his bones had landed in the devil region. It was precisely because it was a god's bone that no one could recognize it. It could be said that this bone was so precious that even 100 million magic stones would not be able to afford it. Moreover, Lin Ling's god-devil body already has the devil bone, and now he also has the god bone, which can greatly increase his strength. Good. Lin Ling said, "Good," 3 times in a row, and then carefully put away the treasure. Among everyone, only the sexy beauty felt that the bones were a bit extraordinary. Originally, she wanted to take a look at them, but seeing Lin Ling's indifferent look, she was too lazy to ask, because asking would only cause her to be rolled her eyes. "You've already lost. Hand over the 3 heads." The high priest sipped his tea and narrowed his eyes. As far as he was concerned, even if Lin Ling's third mountain was impressive, it would not surpass his. The third mountain isn't over yet. Let's wait until it's over. Lin Ling asked Yuan Shizi to open the third mountain. In front of the vast mountains, there was a relatively inconspicuous mountain that did not even have a blade of grass. Yuan Shizi appeared there gloomily. Even he did not think that there would be any treasures in this broken mountain. That's a place where even rabbits don't poop. If even he thought so, the others felt even more hopeless. "Young master of the Moon Rabbit clan, are you sure?" The sexy beauty sighed softly and asked while wagging her tail. "Open it." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Boom. The mountain was too small, and it did not cause much of a commotion when it was opened. However, what was surprising was that the mountain was extremely hard. Yuan Shizi used all his strength and only managed to break some rocks. Seeing this, the crowd laughed even louder. Breaking the mountain was one thing, but even breaking the mountain was so difficult? In the end, the sexy beauty could not stand it anymore and helped to break the mountain. Suddenly, a fishy stench spread out, causing many demons to vomit. In the depths of the mountain, there was a pool of mud lying on the ground, and it was emitting a foul stench. From afar, it looked like a cesspool. No one knew why such a cesspool was hidden in the mountain, but there was no doubt that the young master of the Moon Rabbit clan had failed again. Other people would return empty-handed after breaking open the mountain, But this guy actually got some trash. Even the sexy beauty could not help but shake her head. Unlike the others, Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly, and he flew over to the cesspool. He walked along the cesspool for a few steps, and finally could not help but laugh. Because this was a place of great misfortune that had turned into great fortune, it meant that this mountain was originally a place of great misfortune, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. However, after thousands of years, the misfortune began to turn into a place of great fortune, and the feng shui of the place was extremely strong, causing the murderous aura and killing intent to condense into something like a cesspool. The black, muddy water was called the underground smelly spirit, and some people called it the ambergris. It was an extremely rare treasure. Little saint, spit out and devour the black water. Lin Ling released the little saint. He guessed that this treasure would be enough for the little saint to recover his former strength. The little saint spat out his tongue and shot it into the cesspool. However, after entering the cesspool, there was no smell at all. Instead, the black water warmed his body, and rich energy surged into his body. At this moment, on the other side of the hill, everyone was laughing hysterically. Many people had failed to buy a mountain, but if one were to talk about who had the worst harvest, it would undoubtedly be the kid from the Moon Rabbit clan. The first mountain was empty. The second mountain was a piece of rotten bone. The third mountain was a cesspool. Ha! At this thought, everyone laughed even louder. The high priest drank tea and kicked the saber beside his feet. 3 heads, I'll take them. Hand over the heads. Hand it over. Accept your loss. Hand it over. Kid from the Moon Rabbit clan, we won't help you today. Hand it over. Everyone immediately flattered, especially the Fox King, whose voice was the loudest. On the other hand, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others sneered. Although they also thought that their master had failed, their master was the heavens. So what if he had failed? He did not have a head, but he had a sword. Clearly, they were ready to attack. However, at this moment, a smiling voice floated out. My harvest is not bad. Why do you think I've lost? Ha! The voice came from Lin Ling. When it landed in the ears of the demons, it undoubtedly stirred up a raging tornado. This harvest is not bad? All the demons stopped laughing. The high priest was the first to laugh out loud. You didn't even get a single demon stone, and you say it's not bad? Do you think we're all blind? Ha! That's right. Not only did you not get anything, but it's also a negative number because you got a pile of trash. Ha! This guy definitely doesn't want to die. He wants to go back on his words. Ha! In my opinion, he took his head by force. Ha! The faces of the demons turned cold. Some of the stronger demons walked down from the hill. Lin Ling's face was still calm. He asked calmly, must you get demon stones to be considered a good harvest? Ha! Chapter 21:10. Astonished like a celestial being, it's just that the magic stones are the best loot, and you don't seem to have anything. An old man who looked like a demon turtle said with a frown. Hee, of course I have a harvest, but only one. At this moment, an ordinary ancient stone appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the stone he obtained from opening the mountain. 1 piece? The high priestess had more than 20 million yuan. A demon said, wanting to compete with the high priest together is simply a disgrace. Hee. Lin Ling didn't explain. He clenched his right hand, and the ancient stone in his hand exploded, revealing a crystal-like transparent stone. This stone was extremely dazzling, and if one looked carefully, they would discover that there was something hidden within it. Unfortunately, those demons didn't think that a stone could be compared to 20 million devil stones. Men chop off their heads. The high priest couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. However, just as those demons were about to make a move, a terrified voice suddenly rang out. Heavens, you actually found a divine crystal in the demon domain. These words came from the sexy beauty. With her knowledge, she naturally recognized the divine crystals. The other demons were bewildered. Divine crystals? Or was he crazy? What is this? The high priest frowned slightly. This name seemed somewhat familiar. However, the sexy beauty's next sentence finally let him know what divine crystals were. A piece of divine crystal can allow a rank 1 martial emperor to smoothly step into rank 2 martial emperor realm. The divine crystal in his hand is not small. Its value is equivalent to 3 pieces. The sexy beauty said solemnly, "What? A treasure for the martial emperor realm? I remember now. I heard that the big demon king got a lot of divine crystals from the nation of God. Heavens, how could we have ever seen such a treasure?" Without a doubt, the jaws of all the demons dropped to the ground. But as for the high priest, he had been drinking tea, but now his teacup fell to the ground, and his mouth hung wide open. I wonder if this piece of divinity crystal is worth 20 million magic stones? Lin Ling stared coldly at the high priest. Actually, there was no need to answer this question. Because devil stones were used by ordinary devils, and divine crystals were used by grand devil kings. The two of them were completely different. Looks like you already know the answer. As for those idiots in the audience, go grab him and make him kneel here for 3 years. Lin Ling's smile became even colder. In the entire mountain, only his voice could be heard. This voice was like a storm, like thunder, sweeping through the hearts of everyone present. They never imagined that the Moon Rabbit clan brat would actually win against the high priest. Wait a minute. You said it's a divine crystal. Is it really a divine crystal? In my opinion, we should appraise 1 point. At this moment, the Fox King spoke, but his eyes were filled with greed. The high priest immediately understood what the White Fox King meant. He sneered and nodded. We need to appraise it. Hee, do you think you simple-minded, brawny fellows can understand divine crystals? Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. His words made the sexy beauty giggle. These demons indeed had pig brains. However, I'm a very fair person. If you want to appraise it, take it. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling simply threw the divine crystal. This action made the sexy beauty frown. You idiot! Everyone knew that the high priest and the Fox King were trying to cheat. Most importantly, they had their eyes on the divine crystal. After all, the harvest in the surrounding mountain range was probably not as valuable as the divine crystal. The high priest and the Fox King did not expect Lin Ling to be so straightforward. After the Fox King took the divine crystal, he immediately laughed loudly. Actually, he knew that it was real as soon as he took the divine crystal because the dense energy of the laws couldn't deceive him. Not bad. Today's harvest is not bad. This divine crystal was obtained by splitting open the mountain. Isn't that right, everyone? The Fox King's sudden words stunned all the demons. Then they all reacted and became witnesses. That's right. This divine crystal was obtained by the Fox King when he split open the mountain. Amazing, amazing! As expected of the demon's most sensitive sense of smell. The Fox King has struck it rich today. They were lying with their eyes wide open. Moreover, their expressions turned cold. Now, you still don't seem to have gained anything. The high priest also sneered. His handsome face was extremely cold, and there was even a thick murderous intent. Today, he had lost to a nameless kid. This kind of thing could not be allowed to happen. Otherwise, he would not have any face in the demon territory. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill that kid. This Moon Rabbit Clan kid has already lost. His harvest from splitting open the mountain is only a pile of broken bones and a pile of mud. The demons immediately flattered. Kid, give me your head. The Fox King also roared majestically. Did you not hear what I said? If you make me unhappy, I will destroy your entire Moon Rabbit Clan. Seeing this scene, the sexy beauty sighed softly. That Moon Rabbit Clan kid was still too inexperienced. Now that he was in big trouble, should she help him? However, Lin Ling's next sentence made the sexy beauty completely speechless. There was no such thing as the most inexperienced, only more inexperienced. You guys are going back on your words, especially the Fox King. As the seller, you actually want to touch someone else's harvest. This is against the rules. When these words came out, even the Fox King felt that Lin Ling was too stupid. He still openly reneged on his debt. What do you mean by going back on my words? Moon Rabbit Clan kid, you are the one who went back on your words. You have already lost. In his opinion, What kind of background could Lin Ling have? It was not a big deal to slander him directly. I lost? You have a pair of dog eyes, right? Then I will tell you. In fact, other than the first mountain, the harvest from the next two mountains is definitely not lower than that divine crystal. Lin Ling seemed to sigh regretfully. The withered bone appeared in his right hand. This is the divine bone from the martial god realm. Boom. When these words fell, the demons' hearts exploded. As for the muddy pool behind me, I am very sorry. This is the underground smelly spirit, also known as ambergris. It is the product of great misfortune and great fortune. It is extremely rare. Boom. Lightning struck again. At this moment, the demons felt like they were country bumpkins. Even the high priest felt the same. They never thought that the withered bone that they had mocked before was actually the divine bone. And that fecal pit was the ambergris. The trash in their eyes was actually such a precious treasure? This slap made them dizzy and even a little ashamed. However, the demon's eyes quickly turned red and were filled with greed. The high priest could no longer sit still. He shouted coldly, "It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you should not have said it. You have indeed underestimated me. As for why I said it, it is because I am also very interested in the demon stones on you." Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. "Let me show you the power of the ambergris." Roar. Chapter 21:11. Defeated without a fight. So scary, what is that? Oh my god, is this the power of the ambergris? We were all wrong. Not only were we wrong, but we also underestimated him. This Moon Rabbit Clan boy is really scary. The demons were shocked. Since when did the Moon Rabbit Clan have such a powerful young master? However, they were all worried about their own safety. I'm sorry, you really underestimated my master. Because other than the small saints, we are not weak either. Unfortunately, what frightened them was that sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were also very powerful. Many of the demons knelt down and even kowtowed. Moreover, sword Immortal Xianxia and the others did not even need to use their full strength against these demons. However, this also made the sexy beauty's face change slightly. These people were so powerful. With her status and strength, why couldn't she see through them? Moreover, where did that snake come from? It gave her a strong sense of pressure. In fact, Lin Ling and the others were carrying immortal weapons and hiding their aura. With the immortal weapons that Lin Ling forged, she could not see through them. My father is one of the 5 great demon kings. You dare to mess around? As for the high priest, he had already forgotten to drink his tea. However, he was still the son of the great demon king. Among those of the same age, other than the top geniuses of each race, he was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, his background was not small. Unless this Moon Rabbit Clan boy wanted to be annihilated, he would not dare to touch him. Oh right, the high priest is still here. The demons who knelt down were excited. They still had a chance. But at this time, Lin Ling walked towards the hill and stopped in front of the high priest. He looked at him indifferently. Scared? Scared? The high priest guessed that Lin Ling must be scared. He said indifferently, "I can't deny that you have some skills in treasure hunting. Unfortunately, in this world, strength is everything. I, the high priest, am the #1 genius of the demon race. No one can stop me. Let me tell you, if you don't kneel down today, you will regret it." Scared. His aura was insufferably arrogant. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was silent as he looked at the high priest. Seeing this, the demons became even more confident. They wanted to see the high priestess teach the Moon Rabbit Clan brat a lesson. Among them, only the sexy beauty's strength could tell the difference between the two. The high priest naturally couldn't see how terrifying Lin Ling was. He also thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to speak. He sneered at Lin Ling suddenly, his heart trembled. Because Lin Ling was also looking at him, but that calm gaze carried an indescribable aura. This kind of aura, it was an aura that had been tempered by wind and rain. This aura was the aura of someone who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This aura was not something that could be faked. Instead, it was real, and it was accumulated through countless battles. Boom. The high priest felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind was filled with disbelief. He was the #1 prodigy of the demon race, so how could a Moon Rabbit clan brat's aura be stronger than his? However, the surrounding demons didn't notice his surprise at all, and continued to cheer. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spat out, "I'm scared of you." Thud thud thud. With just one sentence, the high priest took 3 steps back, his face pale. What? The clamoring demons all around were like ducks holding their necks. Even the demon pig king's chin fell to the ground. The high priest was the #1 prodigy of the demon race. His father was a great demon king, and he would soon marry the daughter of the great demon king of the East. Such a prodigy of the demon race was actually scared to the point of taking 3 steps back? Was this a dream? Scared of you? Lin Ling took another step forward. With his current strength, other than the ancient giants of the various races, who would he be afraid of? The high priest subconsciously knelt on the ground. Moreover, he struggled to stand up, but his legs didn't live up to his expectations. He could only continue to tremble. This scene undoubtedly caused the demons to be extremely disappointed. He lost. The #1 prodigy of the demon race, I thought he would win. In the end, before the battle even began, his will to fight crumbled. A demon said in shock. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that the two of them weren't on the same level. One was a prodigy who relied on his father's protection to dominate the demon realm. The other was a nameless junior who had battle experience and fought countless life and death battles. The two couldn't be compared. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories, whether it was Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling, they grew up step by relying on themselves. It could also be said that the current Lin Ling didn't borrow Li Xiaoyao's aura. With his own aura, he could suppress the high priest. My father is the great demon king. At this moment, the high priest didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. He muttered to himself, trying to regain his confidence. A stray dog who only knows how to rely on his cheap father? Lin Ling sneered. He took a step forward, grabbed the high priest's head, and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The earth shook and the hills swayed. This domineering and magnificent action undoubtedly shocked all the demons. In their hearts, this Moon Rabbit clan brat was the great demon king of the demon race. Spare me! I was wrong. This time, all the demons knelt down willingly. Moreover, they blamed the high priest in their hearts. This was because the high priest was so confident in the beginning and said that he was the best. In the end, he admitted defeat before the battle. It was very ironic. They were happy for nothing. Hand over the demon stones and scram. Lin Ling looked at the demons and said, I'll hand them over. These demons had powerful backgrounds. Some of them even had the strength of a big shot in the human world. However, they all admitted defeat at this moment. After all, compared to face, their lives were obviously more important. Therefore, right now, they only wanted to leave this fiend. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly, You have to leave on your knees. What? All the demons opened their mouths wide. Leaving on their knees? That was too embarrassing. When you mocked me before, you should have known that there would be such a price. Of course, you have a second choice. Lin Ling said. What choice is it? I choose the second choice. After all, if I leave on my knees, I won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Scram! Hearing this, all the demons were stunned. Then, they laughed bitterly in their hearts. Neither choice was a good choice. Of course, they still chose to scram. At least it would be more dignified. Therefore, a shocking scene appeared. A large number of demon tribe leaders rolled on the hills and out of the vast mountains. The demons who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Xianxia looked at the pathetic demons in disdain. He knew that his master had shown mercy. Otherwise, these demons would have been wiped out long ago. Wait. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Without a doubt, his voice caused the demons to tremble in fear. What other conditions did the little ancestor of the Moon Rabbit tribe have? Fox King, stay. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Fox King. He could not be bothered to make things difficult for the other demons. However, he could not do that to the Fox King. This was because this person had betrayed him and violated Lin Ling's principles. What else do you want? Chapter 21:12. The Chaotic Realm of True Force, hee. Lin Ling smiled and didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned around and left. Those who knew Lin Ling knew what that smile represented. Even Lin Ling's former enemies called that smile the Grim Reaper's smile. The Fox King's body trembled. Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled. This made the Fox King feel even more uneasy. Wait, spare me, I really didn't know that this lord was so powerful. He shouted anxiously. My master made a fair trade with you, yet you dare to go back on your word and blame it on my master. I have to say, even I admire your courage. At this moment, a sword slashed out. It was sword Immortal Song Heaven. A sword wound appeared on the Fox King's neck. He regretted it. He shouldn't have trusted the high priest. He shouldn't have been greedy and violated the principle of selling the mountain. Of course, this wasn't because he was looking down on Lin Ling, but because he didn't expect a young master of the Moon Rabbit tribe to be so powerful. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others laughed coldly in disdain and strode away with Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling's goal was to find the Demon King's daughter, so he couldn't be bothered with these people. And that was indeed the case. Currently, Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest. Moreover, it was a huge harvest. Not only did the ambergris restore the little saint's strength, but it was also useful to Lin Ling. As for the god's bone, it was also an extremely rare treasure. After that, Lin Ling looked for a way to enter the realm of true force. The true martial world and the demon area were actually two different worlds. They were separated by the void enchantment. If one wanted to enter the true martial world, they had to open the void enchantment. After Lin Ling and the others left, the vast mountain was still quiet. Many demons were watching from afar. Fox King is dead. Serves him right. Who told him to violate his own rule of selling the mountain? Since he dares to sell the mountain, then he shouldn't touch the harvest of the guests. This time, I've clearly kicked an iron plate. What I'm most curious about is the background of that Moon Rabbit clan brat, and why is the person by his side so powerful? Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. On the hill, the high priest was still kneeling there, his eyes flashing. He was surprised that Lin Ling didn't kill him. You didn't kill me. If I had met you, you'd be dead for sure. Right now, I have to get back as quickly as possible. I don't want to miss the wedding. The high priest stood up, causing the devils in the distance to be startled. Because the high priest was not obliterated, he was supposed to kneel for 3 years, but the high priest went back on his words again. All of you die. The high priestess floated up into the air, surrounded by countless palms that looked like butterflies. By the time they slammed into the ground, all of the devil folk in the area were dead. Today's shameful matter must not be spread out. The high priest's face twisted. For the sake of face, he could kill everyone in the world. Soon after, he smiled ferociously and disappeared. He had to rush back to attend the wedding. He would become the first son-in-law of the devil folk and make the entire devil folk envious of his brilliance. At this moment, the true martial world had already been sealed by someone. This method was extremely powerful. Only one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon domain, the 100 million great demon king, could do this. Moreover, the sealed true martial world could only be opened if one had a token. As for leaving, it was even more impossible. Therefore, the experts of the Zhenwu world had no idea what was happening outside. The high priest and the Eastern Devil King's daughter are getting married? It's a match made in heaven. In the current devil folk, after the fall of the Pink Prince and the other 5 devil kings, the high priest is the symbol of the number 1 genius. He represents the pride of the devil folk. He will surpass the Pink Prince and sweep away the geniuses of various races. I heard that the Eastern Devil King's daughter worships the high priest and took the initiative to deliver herself to him. Is that so? I heard that the 100 million lives Great Devil King and the Crystal Master of the Devil Folk joined hands to injure the Eastern Devil King and forced him to hand over the Zhenwu world. Then the Eastern Devil King's daughter will marry the High Priest and let the High Priest control the Zhenwu world. Moreover, the 400 million lives Great Devil King is also eyeing covetously. The Eastern Devil King alone is not his opponent. What nonsense are you talking about? You actually dared to sow discord. In the Zhenwu world, as long as a devil folk spoke the truth, they would be immediately killed. This led to a change in the wind. The Eastern Devil King fancied the High Priest's future and humbly married his daughter to him. This big wedding that caused a sensation in the devil folk was undoubtedly the most dazzling event of the devil folk after the Four Clans tournament. Perhaps, the entire devil folk also wanted to take advantage of this event to drive away bad luck. At this moment, under a tall mountain range, two mountain ranges towered into the clouds like swords. Between the two mountains, powerful law chains flickered. A tall and sturdy domineering giant was tied there. His long hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. The chains that bound his body were like knives cutting him. However, he was very strong, so he was constantly recovering. While recovering, he was being cut. This process was undoubtedly extremely painful. However, that giant did not feel anything. Instead, he coldly looked into the distance. Devil Dragon Colt, you betrayed me. His voice shook the sky. It was unyielding and unfair, as if it had spread throughout the entire Zhenwu world. Hearing that voice, the native devil folk of the Zhenwu world clenched their fists. Their sharp nails pierced their palms, but they did not feel anything. It was the voice of their king, the Eastern Devil King. If the Eastern Devil King's first advisor, Devil Dragon Colt, had not secretly framed him, how could the dignified Eastern Devil King be defeated so easily? The roar was like that of a beast king, spreading throughout the Zhenwu world again. In that mountain range, the bound giant trembled. His eyes were red, full of unyielding and unwillingness. At this moment, two figures appeared in the mountain range. They smiled and looked at the Eastern Devil King. The person on the left was wearing a large cloak. The law on his body was extremely terrifying. He was the crystal master of the Devil Kingdom. The person on the right looked like a human, but he had horns on his forehead. He was wearing a white robe. A large number of palms were floating around his body. He was the 100 million lives Great Devil King. These two were ancient giants who could shake the devil folk with just a move of their feet. When you refused to invade the human race, you became the public enemy of the entire devil folk. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom said indifferently. Then he sighed, "Why? You are the oldest. We should respect you. Why do you have to violate the righteousness of the devil folk?" Bullshit. The devil folk will suffer countless casualties if they collide with the human race. You are doing this for your own selfish reasons. That giant roared. He was still as unyielding as before. The crystal master of the Devil Kingdom smiled. He flicked his finger, and a large number of devils as thick as a finger flew out. They were densely packed like locusts, and crazily tore at that giant. Even his bones were exposed. However, that giant did not even frown. You have no way out. I have sealed the true martial world. No one can save you. Of course, even if I hadn't sealed it, no one would have been able to save you. After your daughter and my son get married, my son will take over the true martial world. The 100 million lives Great Devil King said indifferently. Chapter 21:13. An unchangeable fate. That's not up to you. I've heard that your daughter has reincarnated. She has always been pure and honest. I will let my son play with her. After we obtain Zhenwu Jie, I will obliterate your daughter. The 100 million lives Demon King's face was very calm, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. He raised his eyebrows at the same time. Countless palms flew out and fell on the giant's body, causing his body to sink deep into it. Thank you, Eastern Demon King. I will take your Zhenwu realm. After that, the 100 million lives Demon King turned around and left. After the two Demon Kings disappeared, the giant roared towards the sky. He had fought countless battles in his life and had never been defeated. However, he did not expect that today he would be framed by his own people. He was not reconciled. At this moment, Dreamlike Mountain was still as beautiful as a fairyland. Pink snow floated down from the sky, sprinkling down the beauty of the world. Dreamlike Mountain. Life was like a dream, like the moon in the water, like a flower in the mirror, like the moon in the water. It seemed to be saying that the so-called love was actually like a dream. In the end, there was no result. Just like the falling snow, although beautiful, it would still melt in the end. I only care about what I once had. Why care about eternity? At the top of the mountain, under the huge ancient tree, a young girl smiled and looked at the sky. She stretched out her small hand to catch the falling snow. She was Xianxia. She revealed a sweet smile. In her mind, there was a young girl's dream. The wind blew over, blowing her long hair. Faintly, she saw the promise of a young boy and a young girl under the tree. They held hands and stood under the tree, making a promise of youth. Xiaoling, your father did not allow me to be with you. He said that humans and demons cannot coexist together. However, I, Li Xiaoyao, do not believe all of this. I have the heavenly eyes. Whether humans or demons, I will break this rule. You only need to wait for me. When the day comes that I rule the world, I will come and marry you. At that time, who can stop us? Yes. The young boy made a promise word by word. I believe you. Yes. The young girl was pure like the pink snow in the sky. She had a beautiful fantasy of love. That's good. Yes. The young man revealed a smile. It was extremely brilliant, but it was also filled with strong confidence. She still remembered the promise she made thousands of years ago. She was Li Xiaoyao's first love and the first person he loved. That was enough for her. It was because her man was extremely outstanding, the #1 emperor being of the 4 great eras. She couldn't help but smile even more happily and blissfully. She saw the young girl leaning on the young man's shoulder. She softly said, even if we separate in the end, our fated marriage will not end. No matter how many thousands of generations pass, it will not end. In the future, if there comes a day when I come here again, the person who will accompany me will be you. If there comes a day when I am willing to enter the cycle of reincarnation for you, we will meet again here. The young man smiled and said firmly, because they were fated to be together. She recalled her first encounter with that young man in the ghost realm. The young man was in danger, so she turned around to save him. She was captured by a powerful enemy, but the young man resolutely came back to save her. At that time, the heavens arranged for them to meet again. However, if only life was like the first time we met. Could it be that she and Lin Ling could only meet for the first time forever? When everything was about to be perfect, would the two of them have to brush past each other again? Lin Ling, I'm sorry. This time, this young girl will leave first again. Just like Li Xiaoyao in the previous life, when you come back, this young girl will have already reincarnated. And this time is also the same. Who told you to be so slow? And every time, you are so slow that this young girl is impatient. The young girl played with her black hair and said in a somewhat willful manner. It was just that it was simple, but her little face was full of tears. Because her body and her heart only belonged to one person, so she would rather die than marry someone else. If she really wanted to marry, then she would enter the cycle of reincarnation. She had always dreamed of the man who loved her to come and pick her up. Unfortunately, her man always came late. All of this might be fate. It was like this in the previous life, and it was also like this in this life. I will give you a song. I hope that in the next life, you can come and find me again. On the top of the mountain, the snow was fluttering and the wind was whistling. The sound of nature seemed to spread throughout the entire Zhenwu world. Boom! At the distant border of the Zhenwu world, a barrier was forcefully blasted open by someone. Following that, a handsome and slender figure walked in with a happy smile on his face. Someone actually sealed the Zhenwu world. It's really a big deal. That person wiped the sweat off his forehead and couldn't help but shrug and laugh. If it weren't for his good barrier skills, it would have been really difficult for him to enter the Zhenwu world. As expected of Master. This barrier is so strong that I couldn't cut it open even after 10 slashes. Master actually broke it. Behind the young man, a few more people walked in. Idiot, the barrier is not like the martial arts of the law. It takes a long time to set it up, but once it is set up successfully, its power is not weak. The young man rolled his eyes and replied, Hee, I don't understand anyway. I just know that master is powerful. One of them laughed. Well, Dark Dragon Emperor, I can give you 98 points for this flattery. Another person was very unhappy. It seemed that because the latter had flattered his master, he was very jealous. Is this the Zhenwu world? Behind the two devastatingly beautiful women also walked in. One of them, a more delicate woman, was surprised. Yes, the territory of the great demon king of the East, and also master's mortal enemy. The other woman said, Mortal enemies, if they are like-minded, they can also become close friends. The young man in the lead looked into the distance and couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. However, soon he faintly heard a familiar voice drifting over. Xianyuan, that little demoness, but the girl who had a predestined marriage with him. Although the voice was joyful, he could faintly hear that there was also a touch of nostalgia and sadness in it. Disciples, it's time to go. Moreover, I have a feeling that there will be a big battle soon. The young man's eyes turned cold. He slightly clenched his fists, and cracking sounds continuously rang out. I've long wanted to meet the great demon king of the demon race. With our current strength, it's very difficult to kill them. However, winning a battle against them is just a small problem. The few people behind him followed the young man and strode forward. After they left, the barrier behind them slowly shrank, and a figure wearing a large cloak slowly walked out. Then, the cloak was removed, revealing a slightly wild but beautiful face. Where did these guys come from? They can actually break the barrier of the first high priest of the demon realm. When did the demon race have such a powerful guy? Most importantly, the strength of that Moon Rabbit Clan boy is too mysterious. Moreover, those guys who don't look weak actually listen to his orders. It would be strange if I'm not curious. After muttering, the figure put on the cloak and quietly followed. However, from the outline of the cloak, one could vaguely see that it was a woman, and her figure was extremely good. The Zhenwu world was full of smoke, but the strongest forces of the demon race were gathered there. Chapter 21:14. Bone City's Great Calamity. Kill. Although the Great Eastern Demon King was captured, most of his subordinates were extremely loyal, and they fought back with all their might. Capture all of them. Kill those who don't obey. Tell them that the true martial realm belongs to the High Priest. Kill. Under the dusky sky, a huge demon race stepped on the ground and chased after the remaining forces. The leader was an old man with a goat's head. He stroked his beard and smiled sinisterly. He was the former military advisor of the Great Eastern Demon King, Mo. His IQ, when compared to the other demons, was clearly several streets ahead of him. Therefore, when he saw that the Great Eastern Demon King was on the decline, he colluded with other Great Eastern Demon Kings and framed his old master. Mo, you old man, let me tell you, as long as I don't die today, I will kill you someday. Kill. On the ground, many demons were captured. However, they were unyielding, and they sneered at the sky. Lord Mo Yun, how should we deal with those demons? Mo looked at a thin and weak youth beside him with flattery. This youth had a pair of bone wings behind his back. He was extremely wise and powerful, and the evil smile on his face made him even more charming. He came from the 400 million Great Eastern Demon King, and he was the second genius under the Great Eastern Demon King. After the fall of the Pink Crown Prince, the other geniuses who were ranked at the bottom also rose. The youth called Lord Mo Yun said with a smile, "You will all die a horrible death." On the ground, the Great Eastern Demon King's subordinates all roared. Hee, I love to hear people's unwilling voices before they die. Because they are angry at me, but they are not my opponent. This feeling is too good. Surprisingly, the youth enjoyed the angry voices of the earth very much. He even danced happily with an intoxicated face. Sush. Under his dance, the demons on the ground were killed one by one, and blood spilled on the ground. Even the demon dragon colt trembled. This Lord Mo Yun was truly abnormal. He smiled and said, "Lord Mo Yun, we can go to the Bone City now. That's the border defense line. I think a third of the great demon king of the East's forces have fled there. Are there many people?" Lord Mo Yun was still dancing as he asked with a smile. "Many, at least several 100 million. Ha, then let's kill them. I don't like people who beg for mercy. It's too boring. I hope they have a strong backbone." Under the leadership of Lord Mo Yun, the devil army charged towards the Bone City. The Bone City belonged to the winged race. This tribe was not strong, but their background was not small. Rumor has it that the great Eastern Demon King specifically warned not to provoke this tribe. No one knew the reason. Only the people of the Winged Clan knew that it was because of Lin Ling. And the leader of the Wing tribe was actually Lin Ling's ancient flame devil, which was also Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantin. "Lord, the world of true martial is becoming more and more chaotic. What should we do now?" In the vast Bone City, all the strong cultivators looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at the middle-aged man in the lead, and their faces were extremely grave. That middle-aged man was their leader, the city lord of Bone City, Gu Zhantin. The great Eastern Demon King has been captured, and his daughter is going to be married off to the Grand Priest. Right now, the two Demon Kings have joined forces, and I heard that the 400 million Devil Kings are also eyeing them covetously. We are not their opponents at all. A worried voice rang out. After which, the eyes of the person who spoke brightened. "Why don't we join the 100 million lives Devil King side? I heard that as long as we submit, everything will be forgotten." As the sound of his voice faded, a resounding slap landed on the face of that devil. "I don't wish to hear such words again." The one who slapped him was Gu Zhantin. "Lord, please think thrice. For the sake of our tribe, we have to do this." That devil gritted his teeth and spoke. You have followed me for many years and should know my character well. You should also know of my second brother, Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him, our tribe would have long perished. If it wasn't for him arranging a path for us, how could we have such peaceful days? Now that the great Eastern Demon King is in trouble, you want me to submit to him? How do you want me to face my second brother in the future?" Gu Zhantin spoke word by word, his words causing that devil to be speechless. In truth, Lin Ling was the hero of their tribe. If Lin Ling was in trouble, that devil would definitely die to help him. But this didn't mean that he would help the great Eastern Demon King. Also, for those who disturb the morale of our tribe, kill them all. Gu Zhantin gritted his teeth as tears flickered in his eyes. However, he still killed that devil with a single punch. That devil had followed him for many years and was extremely loyal. Today's suggestion was for the sake of their tribe. But even so, he still had to kill him. Everything was for the sake of brotherhood. Put on. Everyone knelt down. "We swear to fight alongside Lord. This is then the true men of my tribe. Although today's calamity would cause our entire tribe to perish, no matter if we are humans or devils, we all have our own principles. If we are heartless and emotionless, what's the difference between us and plants? Hence, death isn't terrifying. What's most terrifying is dying silently. For our tribe, even if we die, we must do so with a bang." Gu Zhantin stared ahead as he spoke, his words causing the other devils to roar, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" That heroic roar pierced through the clouds. "Lord, this is bad." The Myriad Waves Devil General is rushing over with his subordinates. Behind them are Lord Devil Cloud and the others. Lord Devil Cloud and his subordinates are chasing after us. At this moment, a voice rang out. "Welcome them." Gu Zhantin hurriedly spoke. That Myriad Waves Devil General was a subordinate of the Eastern Devil King. Now that he was fleeing for his life, he had to help no matter what. Rumble. The Bone City was like a castle. From afar, it looked like a gigantic piece of bone. At this moment, the bones started to wriggle as the sky opened up. "Thank you, Brother Zhantin." From afar, a large number of subordinates of the Eastern Devil King arrived. All of them were in a sorry state and had suffered heavy injuries. It was hard to imagine that if the Bone City didn't open up, they wouldn't have been able to flee for long. After that, they would all die on the way here. Quickly enter the city. Gu Zhantian hurriedly spoke, allowing the devils to descend. At the same time, Lord Devil Cloud and his subordinates arrived. Myriad Waves Devil General, are you still going to be so stubborn? Among the devils, the Devil Dragon Colt coldly snorted. The goatee on his face curled up in satisfaction. Traitor, I will definitely kill you in this lifetime. A large number of voices rang out from the Bone City. However, the Devil Dragon Colt merely laughed as he stared at Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian, I've heard of you before. You seem to be the brother of Lin Ling from the human race. But today, will you choose to be with us? Or will you choose death? I choose your mother. Gu Zhantian laughed, retorting with cold words. The Devil Dragon Colt's countenance turned extremely unsightly. Don't think that just because you are Lin Ling's brother, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is dead for sure. The true martial realm had long been sealed. Hence, they weren't clear about the matters of the four-race competition. They only knew that the geniuses of the devil race had all fallen. Hence, the Devil Dragon Colt felt that Lin Ling was nothing but trash. Chapter 21:15. Overlord raises the cauldron, seal the city. Gu Zhantian couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. With a low roar, cracking sounds rang out. It was as though pieces of building blocks were stacked together. The sky above the Bone City was sealed by the bones, causing the vision of the entire city to darken. Hee, Devil Dragon Colt, are they refusing to surrender? Lord Mo Yun looked at the shrinking bones and suddenly laughed. Lord, that's right. I'm most afraid of them surrendering because I can't kill them. Not surrendering now is exactly what I want. It's merely the bones of the heavenly bone abyss dragon. Watch how I break through you. The moment the city is breached, there will be no survivors. Lord Mo Yun waved his hands as numerous devil giants walked out. They all transformed into devil giants and smashed their fists into the Bone City. Furthermore, the reason why they attacked was so that the people in the city would tremble in fear. However, this was indeed the case. Because of the sounds of the attacks, the city was filled with explosions, causing the faces of all the devils to turn pale. The moment the city is breached, no survivors? This feeling of death slowly descending upon them was something that no one could endure. AI, old Gu, I've implicated you. The 10,000 Layers Devil General looked at Gu Zhantian with guilt. If they didn't come here to seek refuge, the Bone City wouldn't have met with such a calamity. Hee, I'm indebted to the great Eastern Devil King for taking care of me in the past. Today I, Gu Zhantian, am able to repay him a little. I'm already satisfied. Furthermore, the flames of war will eventually implicate this place. Gu Zhantian shook his head and laughed. He looked around and discovered that his tribesmen were all pale but their gazes were resolute. This made him feel gratified. Their tribes were all good people. Even if they were to die, even if they were afraid, they wouldn't have any complaints. Kakaka. At this moment, the pitch-black bones in the sky began to crack. This change caused the expressions of all the devils in the city to change drastically. Old Gu, the battle of life and death has begun. The 10,000 Layers Devil General laughed bitterly. Gu Zhantian also laughed bitterly. The bones in the sky began to shatter and the cracks grew larger and larger. When all the bones were broken, the sky would no longer be covered and the army would slaughter their way in. Brothers, grab your weapons and prepare to fight to the death. Killing one won't be a loss, but killing two will be a gain. Gu Zhantian gritted his teeth as he spoke. His grip on the weapon in his hand tightened, and his voice caused the entire city to roar in anger. Even the 10,000 devil generals couldn't help but feel admiration for Gu Zhantian's tribe. Gu Zhantian's tribe was truly unyielding. Bang! At this moment, in the sky above the Bone City, the powerful demons were taking turns to attack. As for Lord Mo Yun and the others, they were watching the show and laughing. The city is about to be breached. Everyone, prepare to kill to your heart's content. Let me deal the final blow. A devil with an elephant trunk walked out. He was tall and sturdy, and he transformed into a 100-meter-tall devil elephant. Furthermore, he raised his legs high. It's Lord Xiang Liantian. The surrounding demons cheered, and some even teased, "My lord, I'm afraid your kick won't succeed. Only the next lord will be able to break through this city." "Bullshit. Watch my power." The demonic elephant also let out an angry roar, which made Lord Mo Yun laugh out loud. His subordinates really knew how to please him. Trampling heaven and earth. Almost at the same time, that terrifying elephant leg ruthlessly smashed down. The aura it exuded was so terrifying that it directly stirred up the clouds. At this moment, the surrounding demons all stopped laughing. Not only that, their eyes all narrowed. They didn't doubt that that leg could trample the entire city. Boom. A thunderous boom rang out, shaking the hearts of everyone. As expected, that sturdy skeleton finally shattered, causing the bones to fall down like rain. The sunlight from the sky also shone into the city, as though it was the light of the god of death. Not only that, that pair of ferocious elephant legs didn't stop, and continued to stomp down ruthlessly. One could imagine how many people would die if that stomp landed on the city. Bang. But at this moment, a muffled sound rang out. Under that terrifying elephant leg, a mysterious young man appeared out of nowhere. He blocked the gigantic elephant leg with a single hand, appearing extremely mysterious. That arm of his wasn't thick, but it gave off the feeling of a domineering overlord lifting a cauldron. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking, causing all the demons in the sky to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, that demonic elephant lord's leg wasn't something that anyone could block. Most people would end up being trampled into meat paste. In the Bone City, all the demons' expressions changed drastically. In their eyes, that figure under the dazzling sunlight was like a great demon king descending at this moment. "Who is this person?" Lord Mo Yun's expression turned cold. That person had ruined his plan? "You're courting death." That demonic elephant was also furious. It roared towards the sky, and a wave of air rushed up to the sky. That elephant leg was lifted high up again, and then it smashed down ruthlessly. This leg was even more ferocious than the previous one. However, under everyone's gaze, that mysterious person floated in the sky like the god of death, and raised his right hand again. Bang! With just a light block, that terrifying leg was blocked again. Moreover, the young man stretched out his left hand and actually grabbed the demonic elephant's leg with his right hand. An indescribable force erupted at the same time, and the mountain-like demonic elephant was flipped over by him. Then, the young man shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Boom! The 100-meter-tall demonic elephant was smashed into the ground in the distance, causing all the mountains to collapse. Booming sounds rang out continuously. Silence. In the sky of the Bone City, there was a deathly silence in the city. A seemingly thin and small body had actually flipped over the demonic elephant? Was this a dream? Even Lord Mo Yun's expression changed slightly. However, the demonic dragon cult beside him was worthy of being called a military advisor. It immediately smiled and said, "Sir, I don't know which great demon king is behind this. This kind of divine power has alarmed the demons. Not behind this, but there are a few brothers of the demons," the young man said in a hoarse voice as he patted the dust off his palms. He, then he must be one of us." Hearing this, the demonic dragon cult immediately let out a sigh of relief. That was because he knew all the subordinates of the great demon king of the East, but he had never seen that mysterious person. Obviously, that mysterious person was from another great demon king. As for the other great demon kings, wasn't that equal to one of them? This time, the realm of true force has gathered the 100 million lives great demon kings, the crystal masters of the devil kingdom, and the 400 million great demon kings. Your Excellency should be under their control, the demonic dragon cult said with a smile. Under the gazes of everyone, that mysterious person laughed and said, "I don't know the 100 million lives great demon kings, but I've come into contact with quite a few crystal masters of the devil kingdom." Hearing this, the demonic dragon cult finally relaxed. So it was one of them. As for the Bone City, the expressions of Gu Zhantian and the others were extremely unsightly. As expected, this mysterious person was an enemy. It would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. However, just as they were preparing to fight to the death, the mysterious person in the sky had already turned his gaze over. He slowly removed his cloak and said, "Big brother, long time no see." The moment this voice rang out, the entire city fell silent. When Gu Zhantian and the others cast their gazes onto the face of the mysterious person, that handsome face and familiar silhouette caused their bodies to tremble violently. Second brother. Sir. Chapter 21:16. You sneak attacked me? In the Bone City, the members of the Wings race were all agitated. Their eyes were wet with tears. Once, their Wings race encountered a great calamity, but a young man descended from the sky and saved their entire tribe. After that incident, they knew that the young man was the younger brother of their leader, Lin Ling from the mortal world. Today, the Wings race encountered another calamity. That godlike young man descended once more. Naturally, the him now could no longer be called a young man. He was more like an indomitable man. Second brother. Staring at the tall and slender figure in the air, Gu Zhantian's eyes grew even more moist. The young man who was protected by the ancient flame devil in the past no longer had the childishness on his face. His chiseled face now had a hint of resoluteness and coldness. Evidently, this young man had experienced many bitter battles during these years. The young man of the past had already surpassed him. The young man of today, even he, Gu Zhantian, had to look up to him. But luckily, this young man with the aura of an overlord was actually his, Gu Zhantian's, brother. He long time no see. Lin Ling smiled as he waved his hands. Sir. The cheers of the entire Bone race grew even more frenzied. Who is this person? That general and his subordinates were all stunned. They could clearly see that after the arrival of this mysterious young man, the morale of the Wings race actually soared, completely different from before. Could it be that the Wings race really thought that this mysterious young man would be able to defeat Lord Devil Cloud and the others? An amazing person. Gu Zhantian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a flask of wine and gulped it down. After that, he passed the flask to the devil general beside him. Relax, after that fellow comes, let alone a mere Lord Demon Cloud. Even if the Grand Devil King is here, there's no need to fear him. Drinking wine? If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Zhantian seemed normal, the general would have thought that he had gone mad. In addition, would that young man in the air be able to save them? Naturally, Lord Devil Cloud and the others also felt that Lin Ling had gone mad. Although Lin Ling easily defeated the Devil Elephant Leg earlier, under Lord Devil Cloud, there wasn't just a single general with such strength. Sir, have you gone mad? If you insist on going against us, you will definitely die. The demonic dragon colt stroked his beard and said coldly. At the side, Lord Mo Yun didn't have that much patience, and he let out a furious roar. How audacious! You even dare to ruin my matters! In his eyes, that was only a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan. Even if that brat had some ability, he was like an ant to him. Everyone could sense that Lord Mo Yun was enraged. Moreover, his killing intent was overflowing. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this somewhat perverted lord would be when he was enraged. He might even kill his own people. Numerous gazes by Lord Mo Yun's side instantly shot towards Lin Ling while burning with rage, and it was as if they were blaming Lin Ling for implicating them. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to escape. After 10 breaths, all of you will die. However, Lin Ling spat out a soft voice. These words undoubtedly infuriated Lord Mo Yun even more. Moreover, he felt extremely ashamed. He was being threatened by a brat from the Moon Rabbit clan? Kill him. Someone kill him. I'll do it. Lord Mo Yun, please calm down. I alone am enough to kill this brat. His arrogance knows no bounds. Those demons were so angry that their teeth were chattering. Even the demonic dragon colt was complaining that Lin Ling was too arrogant. 8. 7. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and calmly counted. Don't go. I want to see what kind of waves he can stir up after 10 breaths of time. Lord Mo Yun suddenly waved his hand. The more arrogant the other party was, the angrier he was. Therefore, he would wait and wait patiently. That's right. Those demons also spoke. They even leaned on their elbows and sneered at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and continued counting. When it was over, there were finally experts from the demons who couldn't hold back anymore. You're counting too slowly. I'm getting impatient from waiting. Demonic chi swept out majestically. The black demonic chi turned into a huge bat and attacked Lin Ling with a sound wave. Lord Mo by bat. The demons were excited because the law of sound was extremely rare and impossible to guard against. It could kill people without them noticing. Before the formless sound wave got close to Lin Ling, the bone city below shook. Gradually, many bones began to explode from the center like flowers blooming. This was the power of the law of sound. On the surface, it was undetectable, but by the time you realized it, your body would have been shaken into meat paste. It was said that the powerful law of sound could reach the ground and make the world explode. Of course, Lord Mo by bat naturally didn't have such power. However, he believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Buzz. The formless sound wave enveloped Lin Ling and echoed continuously, causing the demons below to feel pain in their ears. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Under the leadership of Lord Mo Yun, I killed that arrogant junior. After the Mo by bat attacked, he immediately turned around and looked at Lord Mo Yun. His voice was filled with pride. In his opinion, that kid should have been shaken into pieces. Lord Mo Yun nodded with satisfaction. The demons beside him also had the same thought as the Mo by bat. As for the experts of the Wings tribe in the Bone City, they were also worried. Although they knew that Lord Lin Ling was very powerful, his opponent was a martial emperor. Unfortunately, would Lin Ling die so easily? They had underestimated Lin Ling's godly demon body. Boom! In the sound wave storm, a punch was thrown. The Mo by bat flapped his large bat wings and was still waiting for the punch. However, when the punch came, the law of space whistled. His wings were torn apart by the law of space and blood dripped out. You sneak attacked me. The intense pain made the Mo by bat roar angrily. He turned around and glared at Lin Ling. That kid didn't die? Lord Mo Yun and the others were slightly surprised. However, they were soon enraged. That arrogant kid actually sneak attacked? What a bunch of pitiful demons. They had 10 breaths of time to escape, but they missed it. How pitiful. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling shook his head coldly and slowly reached for the ancient sword behind him. If you hadn't sneak attacked me, I would have killed you earlier. Hearing Lin Ling's cold words, the Mo by bat was even more furious. Sneak attacked. Lin Ling sneered and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword with his right hand. Watch carefully. Next, I will kill you with one stroke. What? Hearing that, the Mo by bat and the other demons were stunned. Then, their anger surged like a tide. Arrogant. Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Come on, let me see what you're capable of. It was the first time the Mo by bat had met such an arrogant person. He was a rank 2 martial emperor and was a commander under the great demon king. Who dared to be so arrogant to him? Swoosh. Almost as soon as he spoke, a sword slashed out. The sharp space was like a thunderbolt. In an instant, it arrived in front of the Mo by bat and grew bigger in his eyes. Fast. Too fast. The Mo by bat opened his mouth wide. Before he could react, he was cut in half. Moreover, the law of space continued to wreak havoc and tore him apart. Sneak attack? Chapter 21:17. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. One man with one sword against an army of thousands. The moment those words were spoken, the demons felt as though they had lost all their face. Especially Lord Mo Yun, his throat emitted a low growl. Sneak attack? Previously, Lin Ling had worn the demon brush bat, but so what? Wasn't he still killed with a single sword? Good. Below the Bone City, Gu Zhantian and the rest cheered excitedly. Lord Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. As for Lord Mo Yun, he was silent. After all, the demon brush bat was a level 2 martial emperor. Now that it was killed with a single sword, it showed how powerful the Moon Rabbit clan kid was. Even in the entire demon city, he would be a senior commander. What made them depressed was that none of them actually knew such a powerhouse. All of you can die now, Lin Ling said calmly, as though he was talking about something normal. The spatial laws on the tyrannical song sword in his hand became even more frenzied. He took a step forward and using the speed of space, he appeared in front of one of the demons. You're here to kill me? That demon transformed into a huge blood crocodile and opened its bloody mouth. A mysterious law was spat out. It was the law of biting. When it was powerful, it could even split the sea. Swoosh! Unfortunately, what welcomed it was a sword, an incomparably dazzling sword. The huge blood crocodile's mouth was slashed open and its huge body was split into two. It could not block the sword at all. Most importantly, it was too easy for the sword to kill it. So powerful! In the Bone City, all the demons were shocked and their eyes were filled with admiration. Killing a demon with a single sword, only Lord Lin Ling could do it. Kill him! The demon clan members were shocked. Then they roared angrily. They did not believe that Lin Ling could kill all of them by himself. Unfortunately, when the truth appeared, they had no choice but to believe it. Boom! At this moment, a huge ape fist smashed onto Lin Ling's head. That demon roared into the sky, thinking that his fist had dealt a fatal blow to Lin Ling. Your fist is big, but it's too weak. But in the next moment, a cold voice rang in his ears, causing the ape's eyes to widen. In his eyes, the puny Moon Rabbit Clan kid was unharmed. Then he ended its life with a single slash. What a powerful physical body. Old Gu, who is that expert? He's too abnormal. The myriad demon general was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Another sword slashed out. On the side of the devil race, a few more people were killed. They were unstoppable. Blood rained down from the sky. In the sky above Bone City, one man and one sword fought against 1,000 soldiers. A rank 2 martial emperor with 50,000 rules. Not bad at all. However, these rules are not enough to defeat us. Finally, Lord Mo Yun's voice rang out. Previously, he had been silent. In fact, he was looking at Lin Ling's strength. Who would have thought that after seeing it, he would be surprised? Normally, a second-level martial emperor would only have 30,000 laws, but Lin Ling had 50,000 laws. This showed how talented he was. However, to Mo Yun, Lin Ling was also considered half a demon race genius, but could not compare to him. Is Lord Mo Yun prepared to make a move? He is the number 2 genius under the 400 million Great Demon King, a third-level martial emperor with 60,000 laws. In Bone City, the myriad demon general said with a serious face. He also knew that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, if he could not defeat Mo Yun, everything was just empty talk. This also meant that the most crucial battle had arrived. Don't worry, he will definitely win. He is the representative of fighting above his level. Within 300 rounds, he will be able to return alive. Seeing the battle in the sky, Gu Zhantian clenched his fist and said confidently. The myriad demon general sucked in a breath of cold air. Defeat Mo Yun in 300 rounds? Isn't he too confident? Just watch. Gu Zhantian said confidently. You should have heard of me. I am the number 2 genius under the 400 million Great Demon King and also one of the top 10 geniuses of the demon domain. My name is Mo Yun. In the sky, Lord Mo Yun stared at Lin Ling with a cold smile on his face. If you are killed by me, you better not beg for mercy. I don't like people who beg for mercy. I prefer people who have a strong backbone and scold me before they die. His personality was still as perverted as before. Lin Ling could also be considered a genius. Killing such a genius would be even more satisfying. I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name before. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He even slashed out with his sword, killing a demon in the distance. Such words and such an attitude undoubtedly caused Lord Mo Yun's face to turn red. He thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously. Who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't even put him in his eyes? I'll let you see how powerful I am. Lord Mo Yun also knew that facts prevailed over sophistry, so he erupted with a terrifying power of law. The wings behind him spread open, and he transformed into a completely black bird. This bird had a ferocious appearance, and it had 3 heads. Each head represented a type of law, and they were respectively ominous chi, demonic chi, and devilish chi. Moreover, his laws had madly increased, surpassing 60,000 and reaching 70,000. As expected of one of the top 10 geniuses of the demon race. He actually possesses 70,000 laws at this level. He's probably not much weaker than the 6 young demon kings of the past. Sensing the terrifying laws in the sky, Lord Mo Yun's expression became even more solemn. As for the others, Lord Mo Yun was as tall as a mountain that they could never reach. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head. 70,000 laws. It was too far from the 6 young demon kings of the past. It seemed that the younger generation of the demon race had also declined. My 3 great laws have the power to bind, defend, and attack. They're the most perfect laws. Moreover, on the surface, I seem to possess 70,000 laws, but in reality, I can fight 100,000 law adepts. A roar came from the black bird, shocking countless people. Lord Mo Yun was too strong. He was also a genius that could fight above his level. The morale of the demon race rose even higher. When I followed the 400 million great demon kings to fight all over the world, where were you? If I hadn't gone into seclusion, I would have participated in the 4-clan competition and won first place. However, a real genius will rise when it's time. After today's matter in the true martial world is over, I will go to the mortal world and let the 4 clans know how powerful I am. The blackbird's aura became even crazier. His lofty ambition made the demon race in the Bone City suck in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Lord Mo Yun's ambition and strength. If you go to the mortal world, the 4 clans will know how powerful your nonsense is. At this time, Lin Ling finally interrupted him indifferently. That was because the other party was indeed talking too much nonsense. Then he slashed out with his sword. The law of space roared crazily at this moment, forming a storm, causing the space in the sky to crack. It seemed as if the boundary of the true martial world was about to be broken. What a powerful sword! Everyone had difficulty breathing. The pressure increased, and they immediately stared at Lin Ling. That was because they noticed that the laws of space had increased crazily, reaching 100,000. 100,000. Chapter 21:18. Grand Wedding. Lord Mo Yun originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, he roared in anger. His 3 bird heads frenziedly unleashed the power of laws. Flames, mountain ranges, and clouds appeared, wanting to block Lin Ling's sword with all his might. At this moment, the spectators below him all grew nervous. Were these 2 experts finally going to clash? Sadly, the next scene caused them to be dumbfounded. Boom! Everywhere that dazzling sword passed, it was like slicing through tofu. The flames, mountain ranges, and clouds were all slashed apart. Baleful aura and devil chi gushed out in all directions. Under the gazes of countless people, one of the top 10 geniuses of the devil region was slain by a single sword strike. Irony! How ironic! That devil genius still wanted to shake the heavens and earth, but in the end he was slain by a single sword strike. With such strength, it was impossible for him to obtain the number 1 position in the 4-race competition. Below the Bone City, the devil general opened his mouth wide. He was so shocked that he was speechless. He thought that the battle would last for 300 rounds, but in the end, it was merely a single sword strike. Wasn't this sword strike too tyrannical? Not only that, he could faintly see that the mysterious young man slaying Mo Yun seemed to be extremely relaxed. Even Gu Zhantian, who was familiar with Lin Ling, couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. He felt like he was in a dream, because that familiar young man seemed to be getting further and further away from him. The height of that young man was so high that even if he looked up, he wouldn't be able to see him. But very soon he grew excited, because this young man was none other than his second brother, Lin Ling. What level of strength does this fellow have? After a short moment of shock, those devils all drew in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with trepidation as they stared at Lin Ling. If you guys join forces, you might still have a chance. Lin Ling's expression was as cold as ever. Stretching out his left hand, a mysterious white flame danced about. To him, if he couldn't slay Mo Yun with a single sword strike, he wouldn't be qualified to be the number one in the 4-race competition. Joining forces? Is there no way out? Since this is the case, let's kill him. Maybe we might still have a chance. Those devils consoled themselves in their hearts. After that, they all lunged towards Lin Ling. In reality, they also knew that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. However, they had no other choice. Rumble. At the same time, the mysterious 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky. Flames seemed to be burning the sky, and a terrifying suction force was born. Not only did it suck in the demons, it even sucked in some of the weaker demonic beasts on the ground. It could destroy everything in the world. No. One after another, voices of unwillingness drifted out. Those devils could only watch helplessly as they died and disappeared into the reincarnation circle. They couldn't help but recall Lin Ling's words from before. If they didn't escape within 10 breaths of time, they would all die. At that time, they thought that he was speaking nonsense, but now, they didn't think so anymore. Second brother, leave that white-bearded demon behind. At this moment, Gu Zhantian's voice drifted over from the Bone City, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Stretching out his right hand, that devil dragon steed lost control of itself and floated towards Lin Ling. My lord, please spare my life. The demonic dragon colt seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. But Lin Ling gave him a slap. Cut the crap. He glanced at Gu Zhantian, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This man used to be the military advisor of the Eastern Devil King. Hence, he should know where the Eastern Devil King is imprisoned, as well as the locations of his other subordinates. Gu Zhantian led the group up into the sky. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, who was standing in the air as their hearts pounded. A single person fighting against 1,000, and he seemed to be doing so effortlessly. Such strength was truly admirable. The Myriad Layers Devil General was even more so, because he was the clearest on how strong Mo Yun and the others were. And when Lin Ling heard Gu Zhantian's words, he turned his gaze onto the demonic dragon colt. At this moment, the demonic dragon colt's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of using this to threaten Lin Ling. Didn't that mean that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him easily? Playing tricks in front of me? You will suffer a fate worse than death. Sadly, Lin Ling had fought countless battles in his life and had seen all sorts of people. Hence, he coldly laughed. Just a single sentence and a single glance caused the demonic dragon colt to feel fear. He even told Qin Wenin everything he knew. Powerful, there's no need for any schemes. He directly used his overwhelming strength to tyrannically destroy everything. This is what a true expert is like. Staring at this scene, the Myriad Layers Devil General felt admiration in his heart. Because the demonic dragon colt was the military advisor, it would be extremely difficult to get information out of him. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be able to make the demonic dragon colt kowtow to him with just a single sentence? I've already told you everything I know. Please spare me. The demonic dragon colt kowtowed unceasingly. I didn't promise not to kill you. Stop. Lin Ling hated traitors the most. Hence, he directly crushed the demonic dragon colt's neck and tossed the corpse to the ground. Following which, he furrowed his brows. Previously, the demonic dragon colt had said that the great Eastern Devil King and Xiao Meng were imprisoned. Moreover, they were scattered in every corner of the true martial world. The most important thing was that they all had the exterminating immortal bone rune chains on their bodies. These chains could kill any martial emperor and leave behind their essence for others to use. Most importantly, these chains were powerful immortal weapons. Once one was bound, one would only end up dead unless one was rescued. This billion lives demon king is ruthless. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. There was no time to lose. He had to save the Eastern Devil King as soon as possible. How can we save him? With our manpower, it's impossible to save him. Moreover, even if we can get to that place, how can we break the chains? The Myriad Layers Devil General furrowed his brows and looked at Lin Ling. Although he was curious about Lin Ling's identity, at this moment, his backbone was also on this mysterious young man. With my disciple here, it's enough. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others walking towards him with a smile. The myriad layers Devil General was stunned. Where did these people come from? However, Lin Ling then explained. When the myriad layers Devil General knew the identity of Sword Immortal Xianxia, he was instantly overjoyed. With 3 ancient giants here, apart from the Eastern Devil King, who could stop them? As for the chains, although the enchantment is not bad, this billion lives Demon King is still too inexperienced to play with enchantments in front of me. Lin Ling said confidently. May I ask who you are? At this moment, the myriad layers Devil General was even more curious about Lin Ling's identity. Moreover, he was also curious about his background. Because to have 3 ancient giants as his disciples, this was too crazy. I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled slightly. Without a doubt, his words made the myriad layers Devil General's expression change drastically. This was Lin Ling, the rising star that even the Eastern Devil King could not stop praising? Greetings, my lord. They immediately knelt down. The myriad layers Devil General was even more excited. Lin Ling, Princess Ge is getting married today. Compared to the Eastern Devil King, Princess Ge is more important. What? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Xianyuan Ge was getting married today. Chapter 21:19. 10 men in one step. Suddenly, a very bad feeling arose in his heart. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had promised Xianyuan Ge that he would wait until the day he returned to the realm of true martial. Unfortunately, Xianyuan Ge had already passed away. Would it be the same in this life? With Xianyuan Ge's temperament, she definitely wouldn't marry easily, so the only outcome was suicide. In that case, Lin Ling would miss out on Xianyuan Ge again. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he thought of the young girl who had waited for him for tens of thousands of years without any complaints. You guys go save the great Demon King of the East. I'll go save Xianyuan Ge. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said immediately. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Lord Lin Ling, you can't. Today's wedding will be held by the 3 great demon kings of the demon region. You can't go alone. Master will accompany you. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others quickly said, which made Lin Ling shake his head. If you guys go with me, then who will go save the great Demon King of the East and the others? The great Demon King of the East is also in a hurry. If he is even a step slower, their lives will be in danger. Listen to my orders and go save them immediately. As for breaking the immortal bone text chains, I will leave the way to break the enchantment for you guys. Hearing this, Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others wanted to say something. However, they knew that Lin Ling was a stubborn person. Once he made up his mind, nobody could change his mind. Alright, then let's go and save the great Demon King of the East and the others as soon as possible. After everything is over, we'll immediately go and find Master. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others said. Time was indeed tight. They had to make good use of every minute and every second. Xianyuan Ge and I are fated to be married. Unfortunately, the heavens are blind and let fate continue. Today, I will break this fate. Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with determination. Then, he nodded to the others and strode away. Lord Lin Ling is such a sentimental person. For Princess Ge, he would climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of flames. The demon general Wan Zhong looked at Lin Ling's back with deep admiration. Stop talking nonsense. Lead the way. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were all trapped in different corners of the realm of true martial arts. And the great Demon King of the East. As for Lin Ling, he was traveling alone. His destination was Dreamlike Mountain. Is that guy going to fight alone? Crazy. Not long after Lin Ling left, a cloaked figure appeared. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, and she was also extremely shocked. After eavesdropping, she knew that guy's name. Who would have thought that he was Lin Ling, the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? However, unlike the rumors, this Lin Ling was loyal and righteous. For a promise, a fate, he chose to go against the three great demon kings. She could imagine that if given more time, this Lin Ling would be able to rule the world. Therefore, it was obviously not a very good decision to go to the battle alone. But Lin Ling still went. That girl called Xianxia. She makes me curious. The mysterious cloaked man smiled. Then he chased after Lin Ling. Dreamlike Mountain was located in a big city. At this moment, the city was crowded with people. The top experts of the demon realm had gathered here to share the good news of the demon realm. I heard that the great demon king of the east is cute. She is a little witch. I envy the high priest for getting her. Nonsense. In my opinion, the high priest and that little witch are a match made in heaven. That's right. I heard that after the high priest marries that little witch, the high priest will become the master of the realm of true force. In the streets and alleys, cheers rang out continuously. It was as if the entire city was celebrating. At this moment, a slender figure walked over from the huge city gate. His face was anxious, causing him to be extremely cold. Bang! On the way, he bumped into a tall demon, which made the demon furious. However, the young man looked over with a cold gaze. His seemingly handsome face was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Plop! With just a glance, the rhinoceros-like demon knelt down. He was so scared that he knelt down. What a terrifying gaze. He couldn't bear it at all. After the young man stared at him, he did not say a word and walked quickly toward the city gate. Do you have an invitation to enter the city? Although the top experts of the demon realm had arrived, there were still people guarding the city gate. Of course, it was just for show. However, who knew that the handsome young man would shout coldly, "Get lost!" As soon as he said that, the armored demons were stunned. They were just asking a routine question. Who knew that this guy would be so arrogant? Sir, you must be drunk. Although you should be the subordinate of some great demon king, it's better to be polite. One of the older demons laughed. With a slash of the sword, the demon's head fell. That slash showed him what it meant to be polite. The city gate was in a state of shock. Because those guards were just for show. The young man could easily enter the city with just a casual sentence. Who knew that the young man was in a hurry? He did not even bother to talk nonsense. Those who blocked his way were killed immediately. Your Excellency, what are you doing? The faces of the other guards immediately turned cold. Could it be that this guy had gone crazy? Great creation. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a cold slash of the sword, which was filled with killing intent. Puff! More than a dozen heads flew into the air, and the young man immediately entered the city. When those heads fell to the ground, the demons at the city gate finally reacted. Every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. There was a sea of people in the city. However, a large number of demons were wearing armor and had arrived in an orderly manner. Previously, they had heard that someone had forced their way in, so they had come to stop the intruders. Moreover, they were extremely angry because today was the wedding day of the high priest. Who dared to cause trouble here? On the street, the indifferent young man quickly passed by. The cold, killing intent on his body caused the entire street to feel as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Sir, when those guards saw the young man, they immediately shouted angrily. However, what answered them was a slash of the sword. More than a dozen heads flew into the air. It was clean and neat. It was a shocking sight. You're crazy. The faces of all the guards changed drastically. Killing without a second word? This person is too arrogant. They had just raised the weapons in their hands, but in the next moment, a sword slashed at them. Another large number of heads flew into the air. I'll kill whoever stops me. The young man was Lin Ling. In fact, he did not even look at the guards on the street. His gaze had already landed on Dreamlike Mountain. As for the demons in front of him, they were answered with a slash of the sword. Sword light flashed and blood was shed on the street. The surrounding demons could only see that the terrifying swordsman killed one person with every 10 steps. No, in reality, he killed 10 people with every step. Chapter 2120. In this life, he did not come late. Hee hee, Congratulations, billion-life demon king. High Priest, the #1 genius of the demon area, marrying the daughter of the Eastern Demon King is a well-deserved achievement. Today, the entire demon area is bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone is talking about this marriage and is in favor of this marriage. Cheers rang out one after another. Looking carefully, it was divided into 3 camps. It was the camp of billion-life demon king, Demon Kingdom's crystal master, and 400-life demon king. Under them, there were countless experts. Demon geniuses were as common as clouds. However, those demon geniuses were all looking at a handsome young man. At this moment, that young man was in high spirits and his spirit was trembling. It was obvious that today was a day of great joy. To be able to shake the entire demon area because of him, he was very proud. Is that the #1 genius of the demon area, High Priest? Yes. I can feel that his strength is unfathomable. Yes. I heard that his current strength has already surpassed the former Pink Crown Prince. Yes. Many demon geniuses looked up at the High Priest, dreaming that one day they could be like the High Priest and shake the entire demon area. The time has come. Go, Eastern Demon King's daughter. Yes. At this time, billion-life Demon King smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with his son's current glory. Yes. The High Priest smiled and nodded. Looking at the misty snow mountain in front of him, he could not help but smile. I heard that the Eastern Demon King's daughter is very beautiful. She is as cute as a little witch, but also very sexy. Looks like I can have a good time tonight. Under countless envious gazes, the High Priest gracefully stepped onto Dreamlike Mountain. Will the snow on Dreamlike Mountain never stop? Yes. On Dreamlike Mountain, a clear voice like a bell rang out. A young girl wearing a black dress smiled at the beautiful snow in the sky. She did not seem to have heard the lively scene at the foot of the mountain. I'm here. Yes. At this time, a handsome figure stepped onto Dreamlike Mountain. Moreover, he flung his long hair in what he thought was a dashing manner. Why didn't you change into a red robe? Wearing a black dress is inauspicious. How about I help you change? Yes. It was the High Priest. The moment he laid eyes on Xianxia, his heart began to thump violently. She was so beautiful that he found it hard to extricate himself. Therefore, there was only one voice in his heart, and that was that this beautiful girl belonged to him. Idiot! Xianxia indifferently glanced at the High Priestess. With a wave of his hand, the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man appeared. A mysterious power floated out from the book. After this song ends, I will also disappear from this world and enter the cycle of reincarnation. She smiled. Her smile was very carefree. Although she had entered the cycle of reincarnation, she believed that she would still see him in her next life. Even if she couldn't do it in her next life, then she would do it in her next life. Fate, there will be an end to one's life. The melodious voice was like the sound of nature, suddenly coming from the top of Dreamlike Mountain, causing the devils at the foot of the mountain to be stunned, each and every one of them to be intoxicated. On the top of the mountain, the High Priestess was also stunned for a moment. Then she stared at the girl under the tree, and the love in her heart grew even stronger. She was more beautiful than he had imagined. This was the sound of nature. Fresh flowers appeared in his hand, and he walked over step by step. Marry me. He let out the most sincere voice in his life, but the pride in his heart grew even stronger. This was because, other than him, who else was worthy of the little devil girl who represented the realm of demons? I already have a lover in my heart. Xianxia also smiled. On her small face, there was a happy smile, but she coldly rejected him. Who? The High Priestess was stunned, and a murderous look appeared on her handsome face. Someone you don't have the right to know. Xianxia shook her head. Suddenly, a mysterious power turned into a melody and swept towards the High Priestess like an avalanche. She attacked the High Priestess. This was the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man. You're courting death. However, the High Priestess was the #1 genius in the realm of demons, and her strength was naturally above the rest. Xianyuange's sneak attack naturally couldn't hurt her. Bang! When the High Priestess counterattacked, the powerful force destroyed the melody, causing Xianyuange to spit out a mouthful of blood. She then fell to the ground, and her small face became even more gloomy. Do you want to die? The High Priestess's face turned cold. He couldn't understand why Xianyuange didn't value him with his talent and appearance. I never thought of living. Xianyuange was not surprised at all. Instead, she smiled slightly. You. These words undoubtedly made the High Priestess furious. He said coldly, "Today, the entire realm of demons is watching me. So, whether you agree or not, this marriage will go on. When I'm tired of you, if you want to die, I'll let you." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward. Dream on. Xianyuange's beautiful eyes focused. The power of the 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man that she had been brewing earlier quietly flowed into her body. She wouldn't let that scoundrel have his way. She would rather die. In the face of powerful strength, sometimes it's difficult to even die. What surprised her was that the High Priestess had seen through her scheme. She was attacked by a mysterious force that destroyed her 3 songs of heaven, earth, and man. She couldn't die even if she wanted to. Don't go too far. Xianyuange finally panicked. She had left her past life and this life to one person. If that person didn't appear, she would rather reincarnate. But now, she couldn't reincarnate. Tonight I'll take good care of you. The High Priestess revealed a sinister smile. The more pleasant Xianyuange was, the more he wanted to torture her. Xianyuange became more and more panicked. But in the face of powerful strength, she obviously didn't have the ability to resist. However, at this moment, there was a turbulent airwave in the distance. A slender figure stepped on the clouds and flew toward dreamlike mountain under countless gazes. This unforeseen event undoubtedly shocked the demon realm, because the High Priestess was bringing Xianyuange down from dreamlike mountain. Everyone looked up to her, but someone had overestimated himself and went up dreamlike mountain. Wasn't this a slap to the High Priestess's face? How dare you? You're too lawless. Let him be. The High Priestess will prove herself. The great Demon King's faces were cold, but the 100 million lives great Demon King smiled confidently. At this moment, on the peak of dreamlike mountain, Xianyuange stared at the figure in front of her. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. That familiar silhouette, that clean blue robe, and everything else. Wasn't that the man she dreamed of? In her past life, her man came, but unfortunately, he was too late. In this life, her man finally didn't come too late. Xianyuange couldn't help but smile. But it was a happy smile. She was afraid that all of this was just a dream. But reality told her that it wasn't a dream. After waiting for thousands of lifetimes, her man finally came to pick her up. "For you." In front of Xianyuange, the High Priestess's face was extremely ugly. Did that person want to humiliate him? Get down. Chapter 21:21. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I'll bring you to kill someone. I'm her man. However, the mysterious man's next words were heard by the entire city. I'm her man? Xianyuange's man? Boom. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the city, causing it to explode. You're fucking courting death. The High Priest's face was as black as the bottom of a nest. Was he trying to steal his wife in front of the entire demon region? He looked up at the sky in anger, wanting to kill that arrogant person. However, when he looked carefully, a foot had already appeared in front of his face. It was fast, unbelievably fast. Bang! A foot came crashing down from the sky. At the peak of dreamlike mountain, the High Priest was stomped into the ground, his white robes becoming wretched. You're trying to steal my wife? Get lost. However, just as the High Priest was stomped into the ground, a foot came crashing down on his stomach, causing him to spit out blood and fly out like a meteor. At the foot of dreamlike mountain, countless people watched as a meteor drew a beautiful arc before crashing into the foot of dreamlike mountain. It had to be said that it was a beautiful arc. Bang! When the meteor landed, the hearts of the demon region clanked. He, a person who overestimates himself. If not for today's wedding, he wouldn't have ended up being sent flying. His luck is not bad, he managed to keep his life. The demon region clansman thought that the person who was sent flying was the one who had a death wish. Who the fuck are you? However, when the figure on the ground got up in a sorry state, all the demon region clansmen's jaws dropped. This was because in front of them was a white-robed youth. However, his robes were covered in mud and his long hair was messy, making him look extremely ungentlemanly. Most importantly, this person was the high priest and not the mysterious man. He had gone to Dreamlike Mountain to marry the demon region's first princess, but he ended up being kicked out of Dreamlike Mountain. When this thought appeared, the foot of Dreamlike Mountain fell into a deathly silence. He sneaked an attack on me. The high priest's hair was messy as he roared, feeling utterly humiliated. Billion Life Demon King was naturally the same. In fact, he felt even more humiliated than the high priest. This was because the other demon kings beside him were secretly laughing. After all, the demons were straightforward. If a man's wife was snatched away by someone else, this kind of thing would naturally make others laugh their heads off. I'll go kill him. Silent laughter filled the air, causing the high priestess to tremble. Without any hesitation, she angrily climbed up the Dreamlike Mountain. At this moment, Dreamlike Mountain was still as beautiful as ever. The gigantic ancient trees swayed with the wind, as though they were still drifting despite the passage of time. Under the ancient tree, the young girl looked at the man in front of her with excitement. Here it comes. Her wait had finally come. Her delicate body began to tremble. She was sure that it wasn't a dream, because she was too familiar with the man she thought about day and night. And for that man, she had waited for thousands of lifetimes. Fate is over. In this life, I won't wait until I'm at my strongest. I won't let my life be filled with regrets. The handsome young man enunciated each word clearly. A faint smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand and caught the falling snow. Although his smile was very calm, it carried an unquestionable determination. The two of them had been fated to meet for thousands of lifetimes. Every time the young man was at his strongest, the young girl would have already left. However, in this life, the young man did not choose to come when he was at his strongest because he could no longer pass her by. He wanted to end this fate. Yes, I've waited for thousands of lifetimes. I've finally waited for you. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were already moist. Crystalline tears seemed to flow out in torrents. Under the snow, she looked even more beautiful. I won't let you enter samsara alone again. The young man walked forward step by step. Before he reached Xianxia, he had already extended his hand. In his hand was the snow that had yet to melt. In this life, he wanted to break his fate. He wanted to take the young girl's hand and leave this place. Yes. 1,000 words could not describe the excitement in the young girl's heart. She could only nod numbly, or rather, nod in bliss. Wait, there are 3 demon kings gathered at the foot of the mountain. What do we do? Xianxia suddenly said with a frown. Lin Ling had not reached his strongest level to receive her, so he would have to face this predicament. Lin Ling shook his head and did not say a word. He held Xianxuan's hand and walked down the mountain. I'll take you to kill. This sentence was like a promise. It was like a determination. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would destroy Buddha. It was also because any oath of eternal love was not important. What was important was the protection of this sentence. Let go of her hand or I'll kill you. As the two slowly walked away, a furious roar sounded from the mountainside of Dreamlike Mountain. It was the high priest. From afar, he saw Xianxia being held by a man as they slowly walked down the mountain. This made his anger erupt like a volcano. Today, was he going to be a supporting character? Was he going to let all the demons at the foot of the mountain see him as a joke? He could not do it. He could not wait for the man and woman to walk down the mountain. Otherwise, he would never be able to raise his head in the infernal domain. You are not qualified. However, after his angry voice, a cold voice drifted over from the front. The voice even had an unparalleled dominance. and faster than the voice, a figure shot over like a shooting star. Furthermore, that figure was still holding Xianxia's hand. Phew! The wind blew past her ears, causing Xianxia's hair to flutter. She was being held by the man in front of her. The man she had waited for thousands of lifetimes was bringing her to kill. This feeling of being protected was blissful. A fist appeared in the high priest's stomach. It was like a punch from an Azura demon king. Demonic aura surged out crazily. The high priest was still hooting, but the person who had arrived was too fast. The speed was too fast, and most terrifying of all, the strength was too strong. When the fist struck his stomach again, his face contorted. Like a shooting star, he shot down the mountain again. This time, he was like a stray dog. Although he was the #1 genius in the infernal domain, Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the Four Clans competition. The two of them could not be compared at all. It could be said that other than the great demon king of the infernal domain, Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in the infernal domain. So powerful. Seeing the high priest fly away like a shooting star, Xianxia covered her mouth in surprise. She then looked at the handsome man in front of her and realized that his side profile was as sharp as a knife. However, his dominance and coldness did not diminish at all. "Bring me to kill?" She recalled what the young man had said before, and the joy in her heart grew even stronger. At this moment, at the foot of Dreamlike Mountain, everyone saw another shooting star shoot down. Instantly, the foot of the mountain fell silent. This time, it couldn't be the high priest again, right? He was the #1 genius in the infernal domain. When the shooting star hit the ground, everyone saw that it was the high priest again. This was the second time. Was that guy here to play the role of a clown? Moreover, the groom was in such a sorry state. Even the 100 million lives demon king felt embarrassed. "They are coming down." At this moment, a demon exclaimed and pointed in the direction of Dreamlike Mountain. Chapter 21-22. Killing in all directions, so beautiful. Although the high priestess was very outstanding, they had to admit that that pair was a match made in heaven. The high priestess seemed like an overconfident passerby who was trying to snatch someone's love away from them. "You motherfucker, snatching my wife. Or you. What right do you have?" At this moment, the high priest climbed up from the ground and pointed at the Dreamlike Mountain as he shouted. The person who had come had not injured him, but had instead sent him flying time and time again. This was undoubtedly humiliating him time and time again, and also telling everyone that he, the high priest, was not qualified. "Kill him!" The high priest roared, his voice filled with killing intent. He wanted the mysterious intruder dead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of demons flew toward Dreamlike Mountain. They were the trusted aides of the 100 million lives demon king. Clearly, they knew that the great demon king had made a fool of himself today, so they had to kill that despicable intruder as soon as possible. "Brat, you came to the wrong place to behave atrociously at Dreamlike Mountain. Moon Rabbit Clan? Just a cowardly demon, and you dare to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, you are not qualified to be the bridegroom's high priest." The demons' ferocious auras surged, sweeping toward Lin Ling. The demons at the foot of the mountain were also looking forward to it. In fact, they did not know who the mysterious intruder was, but it seemed to be from the Moon Rabbit Clan. The trash of the Moon Rabbit Clan was also so bold? This had to be said to be beyond their imagination. As for Xianxia, she frowned and almost wanted to stand in front of Lin Ling to block the storm for Lin Ling. However, the hand that held her hand tightened, stopping her from making any unnecessary moves. "Qualified? Let me show you what it means to be qualified." Lin Ling coldly spat out as he stared at the demons. His left hand held onto Xianxia, and his right hand reached behind him. The tyrant's song sword was in his hand. With a sword in hand, he slaughtered in all directions. A dazzling sword slashed out, and blood rained down from the sky. The tall demons were split in two. The demons in front of him were also split in two. Some of them even had their upper bodies in a forward position while their lower bodies fell to the ground. Slash after slash, Lin Ling held Xianxuange's hand and slowly walked down the mountain. Those swords looked like they were casually swung out. However, with each sword strike, the wind and clouds would surge, killing without mercy. So powerful. Is this really the moon rabbit race? This shocking scene undoubtedly shocked all the demons at the foot of the mountain. The 100 million lives demon king was so angry that his face turned red. He was almost ready to attack, but he restrained himself. Today was the high priest's wedding. With his seniority, he would lose even more face if he attacked. After all, the other party was only one person. Amazing! Xianxia's beautiful eyes looked at the indifferent young man in front of her. Other than shock, she was still shocked. When did Lin Ling become so strong? Killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Regarding this, Lin Ling smiled, but his heart was heavy because the real enemy was still at the foot of the mountain. Kill him. I don't believe that a mere moon rabbit race can overturn the heavens. Looking at the rivers of blood on the mountain, the high priest was so angry that he no longer had any demeanor. He only wanted to cut Lin Ling into 18 pieces. Kill. I also don't believe that you can overturn the heavens. Even more devils pounced on Lin Ling, and this time, their aura was even more terrifying. The entire sky was filled with devils, and they even covered the entire dreamlike mountain. The beautiful snow of the dreamlike mountain seemed to be drowned in ugliness. Genesis. However, a cold voice, mixed with an incomparable sword, came down fiercely. This sword seemed to have cut open the ugliness, and the beauty of the dreamlike mountain reappeared in the world. Under the sword, it was like a flood hitting countless flies, and all the flies were sent flying. Blood flowed down like water. My wife loves the dreamlike mountain. How can I let your filthy footsteps taint this place? Faintly, the demons at the foot of the mountain heard a domineering voice. Indeed domineering. One person snatching a bride from the hands of thousands of demons, killing gods if gods blocked, and demons extinguishing demons if demons blocked. Among the demons, who was so domineering? I don't believe in heresy. The high priest was so angry that his hair was about to stand on end. Were they the most complimenting the newlyweds today? Charge over, we must kill him. Under his angry roar, a large number of demons pounced on the dreamlike mountain, fearless of death, like a carp crossing a river. Not convinced? Kill until you're convinced. Unfortunately, although the high priest was domineering, that man from the dreamlike mountain was even more domineering. Not convinced? Sure, kill until you're convinced. Today, who could stop him from bringing along the Xianxia? Swoosh swoosh. In front of all the demons, what was called slaughtering in all directions, what was called cutting vegetables and melons, was deeply displayed now. Even those great demon kings sucked in a cold breath. They did not make a move previously because they guessed that no matter how strong the newcomer was, there was a limit to it. But who knew that the newcomer's strength was limitless? This completely overturned their understanding. Because when did this world become filled with powerhouses? Even a random Moon Rabbit clan member was so terrifying? I'm not going. Go, 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 this is too scary. Those demons that had pounced over were now terrified. That sword's murderous aura was too thick. It was also because at the foot of the dreamlike mountain, blood had already flowed like a river. Compared to the beautiful snowy scenery on the mountain, it was the best contrast. The two newlyweds walked down amidst the snow and blood. Thousands of eyes looked over, as if they were giving their blessings to the newlyweds. But in reality, many people knew that this was a disgrace to the demon realm, so they could not let that person succeed in stealing the bride. High Priest, you are the #1 genius of the demon realm. Your wife has been shot, you should take back your man's dignity. At this time, many demon geniuses shouted because if ordinary demons went up, they would only be throwing their lives away. They could only wait for the geniuses to make a move. Looks like I can only go up. All right, I will personally take back my wife. The high priest nodded coldly as his eyes narrowed. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. However, he was still extremely confident in his own strength. He believed that the previous 2 losses were because he had underestimated his opponent. He did not believe that there was anyone in the younger generation of demons who could match him, unless the Pink Crown Prince and other geniuses of the past came back to life. Go. Let us see the glory of the #1 genius of the demon realm. You will definitely win. The other geniuses of the demon realm were also very confident because they had all witnessed the High Priest's strength. Is the High Priest going to personally take action? The demons were also filled with anticipation. It was very appropriate for the High Priest to take back his dignity. I don't care who you are or where you came from. Today, I am the bridegroom. I am the #1 genius of the demon realm. Under everyone's gazes, the High Priest's robes fluttered. Although he had been extremely humiliated previously, in terms of strength, he was indeed very impressive. Chapter 21-23. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. For her, it was all worth it. In the endless years, this spirit formation altar had an illustrious reputation in the demon domain. It had sealed many powerful demons. The spirit formation power of the High Priestess altar is even more powerful than before. With his strength, he would be qualified to participate in the 4-clan youth competition. I look forward to the might of the 10,000 demon sky altar. Sensing the surging demonic energy, the various demon kings smiled. They could see that the ancient city's spirit formation was extremely terrifying. There were over 100,000 of them. So, they believed that the arrogant Moon Rabbit clan member would not be able to stop it, unless he had also participated in the 4-clan youth competition. Of course, the 100 million life demon king nodded proudly. He suddenly remembered that although an arrogant junior had appeared in today's wedding, wasn't it also a pleasure? When his son, the High Priestess, killed the enemy, it would prove his son's excellence from another angle. Of course, even the High Priestess said confidently, "Demon seal. Rumble." Millions of black demon stones rushed forward like a flood. The spirit formation and demonic energy were extremely terrifying. Then, banging sounds could be heard. Under countless gazes, the newlyweds were sealed in the terrifying altar. From afar, it was as if a fortress had appeared in the dreamlike mountain. It was a ghastly sight. "Ha, is that all you've got?" The High Priestess could not help but laugh. She even flipped her long hair. She strode toward the dreamlike mountain. Although her attitude was very arrogant, she believed that she had the qualifications to be arrogant. Because in the demon region, other than the Pink Crown Prince, who was she afraid of? Of course, there was another person. It was the mysterious brat she met when she sold the mountain. That brat's origin was extremely strange. He seemed to be from the Moon Rabbit clan. Moon Rabbit clan? Moon Rabbit clan again. When did so many experts appear in this rabbit clan that was as cowardly as mice? As she walked, she thought to herself. She felt that it was extremely strange. Is that all you've got? However, before she could finish her thought, the enormous fortress in front of her was slashed open by a sword. Rocks and spirit formations splattered everywhere. It was as if a trapped demon had been released. Two beautiful figures slowly walked out. The crowd could even see that the two of them did not even take a breath. They appeared to be at ease. It was broken. That brat from the Moon Rabbit clan actually managed to break through the demon region's #1 genius's altar spirit formation technique. Boom. All of the demons seemed to have been struck by lightning as their bodies began to tremble. It was the same for the High Priest. He stood there in a daze as he watched the two men walk over. Gradually, his pupils constricted, because he'd clearly seen who that kid from the Moon Rabbit clan was. It was actually that mysterious existence from last time. What kind of fiend was that guy? Why was he everywhere, and even made him lose face? So it was you who stole my wife. Why don't you take a look at how weak you are? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also got a good look at the High Priestess. Actually, he hadn't paid much attention to the High Priestess when he had sent her flying twice in a row. The reason was that she was simply too weak to catch his eye. This time, he finally got a good look at her. He never expected that when he was selling the mountain, he would make a bet with the High Priest that the High Priest would kneel for 3 years. In the end, right after he, Lin Ling, left, the High Priest immediately ran away. He was going back on his word. Do you know why I didn't kill you last time? Because I wanted you to fulfill your promise. Ha! It would appear that you've violated the agreement between us. You've brought about your own destruction. Lin Ling said word by word. Put on. The high priest's legs went soft, and he directly knelt down in fear. Last time, he already knew how terrifying the Moon Rabbit clan was. In fact, if he knew it was still the Moon Rabbit clan this time, he would definitely not have dared to attack. Seeing him kneel down, all of the geniuses from the demon clan opened their mouths wide. The high priest, the #1 genius of the demon clan? He was so scared that he knelt down? This was simply too unreal. Who exactly are you? In fact, even the high priest felt that this was a dream. He still believed that the Moon Rabbit clan's brat was inferior to him. It was only reality that forced him to compromise. It did not mean that he was willing to admit defeat. Who exactly are you? This voice seemed to have spoken the thoughts of all of the demon clan. Who exactly was that dazzling Moon Rabbit clan brat? The great demon lords also frowned. When Lin Ling came closer, their expressions finally changed. This was especially true for the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the 400 million great demon lords. They sucked in a breath of cold air because they never imagined that the #1 genius of the human clan would appear here. There's no need to guess. He's the opponent that you, the High Priest, will always have to look up to. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom's face was full of murderous intent. Of course, there was also surprise. Impossible. I even have the ambition to surpass the Pink Crown Prince. There's no opponent that I fear. Hearing this, the High Priest shook his head continuously. He could not accept this reality. Because he's the #1 genius of the human clan and also the youngest ancient giant of the human clan, Lin Ling. The 400 million great demon lord said solemnly. As soon as these words fell, a bolt from the blue came crashing down. Countless geniuses from the demon clan widened their eyes. The human clan's genius Lin Ling had defeated all the geniuses of the various clans in the 4-race competition and was the current #1. No wonder, no wonder. The High Priest had lost to Lin Ling. This was not strange at all. The two of them were not even on the same level. He's Lin Ling. The High Priest stared at Lin Ling. His body that had just stood up fell to the ground again. His face turned pale and even became dispirited. Although he was the #1 genius of the demon realm, how could he compare to Lin Ling? He even thought about how he had overestimated himself and felt extremely humiliated. And Lin Ling had also used his powerful strength to show him what it meant to be the #1 genius of the 4-race competition. And now, Lin Ling's identity had been exposed. Without a doubt, he was more worthy of the demon realm's #1 princess than the High Priest. The High Priest was simply an ant. I knew it. How could there be so many powerhouses walking around? How could a mere Moon Rabbit clan be so powerful? So it's you, Lin Ling. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom said lightly. He had been silent all this time and had finally spoken. This also meant that Lin Ling had the qualifications to make him speak. In fact, among all the geniuses of the human race, only Lin Ling had the qualifications. Long time no see. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. His words made the Xianyuang suck in a breath of cold air. This was because they knew what the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom represented. However, they did not expect that Lin Ling had reached such heights that the great Demon King would speak to him personally. You have great courage. You entered the demon realm alone and took away the Xianyuang right under our noses. This is not something that just anyone would dare to do. The 400 million great Demon King also spoke. He admired Lin Ling's courage. With your talent and experience, it would not be difficult for you to catch up to us. Unfortunately, you were too impulsive. His words were true. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely become famous. But now, Lin Ling was not worthy of their attention. Therefore, Lin Ling should not have impulsively come to save her. For her, everything is worth it. Chapter 21-24. Coercion. In my past life, I had waited until I was at the peak of my power before I came to the demon territory. Therefore, I lost to destiny and lost her. In this life, even if I'm as weak as a mortal, I will step into the demon territory without hesitation and take her away myself. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. The boldness in his voice made many demons secretly admire him. It had to be said that Lin Ling was a true warrior, a true man. Putting aside the fact that we're enemies, you're indeed worthy of my admiration. However, because we're enemies, you're going to die here today. Those great demon kings all stood up. I don't know if she will die or not, but no one can stop me from taking her away. Lin Ling looked straight ahead. Flames of determination burned in his eyes, as if the flames of war were burning the heavens. The hearts of all the devils trembled. Lin Ling was even more resolute than they had imagined. Kill him. Father, you must kill him. On the ground, the high priest could not help but roar. Now that the demon king and the others had made their move, Lin Ling had to die this time. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, a sword slashed down, causing his head to fall off. Only after smashing into the ground did he realize that he had been killed by Lin Ling. However, before he died, he still heard Lin Ling's arrogant words. If you don't have the strength of a great demon king, then don't come here to die. Indeed, among the demons, the only one who could stop Lin Ling was the great demon king. That didn't include him, the ant-like high priest, so he shouldn't talk nonsense. You killed my son. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, Billion Lives Demon King stared blankly at Lin Ling. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so straightforward, killing without hesitation. If I don't kill him, do you think you won't kill me? Lin Ling smiled faintly as he held Xianxia's hand and walked forward step by step. However, his words made many devils nod in agreement. The fact was indeed so. The high priest could only blame himself for being too stupid. He thought that he was on the same level as Lin Ling. He didn't know that he was just an ant to Lin Ling. What great courage! Let's see if you can leave this place. Those great demon kings all let out ice-cold voices. The terrifying power of law was like an invisible storm, suppressing Lin Ling. Since you are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, we will let you die with dignity. The Devil Nation's crystal master shouted coldly. Boom! Lin Ling felt as if his entire body was being pressed down by an endless mountain. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. There were too many laws, perhaps reaching 10 million. Although these laws did not attack him directly, the aura they brought was not something he could withstand. Kneel down, Li Xiaoyao reincarnated Lin Ling. The Devil Nation's crystal master laughed complacently. He was very happy to be able to make the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras kneel down. In the future, he could also boast to the 4 great races that he was the #1 person in the world when Emperor Li Xiaoyao knelt down before him. Dream on. However, what surprised him was that Lin Ling was still walking forward while holding Xianxia's hand. Although it was difficult for him to move, at least he took a step forward with difficulty. You have backbone. If you had cultivated for a longer time, I have no doubt that you would be able to control our lives. However, you're still too weak now. Kneel down. The Devil Nation's crystal master shouted coldly again. Kakaka. An even more terrifying power of law attacked. Suddenly, Lin Ling's bones began to break. His whole body was covered in blood, and even his blue and white robe had turned red. Xianxia could not sense the pressure of these laws at all because Lin Ling blocked them all for her. The #1 emperor is about to kneel. Everyone saw that Lin Ling's knees were gradually bending. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling smiled coldly and straightened his bent knees again. Because he was standing straight, many people heard the sound of bones breaking. So strong. With his current strength, he can't stop the ancient giants at all. He actually didn't get forced to kneel. He is true to himself. If it weren't for Xianxia, he wouldn't have come at all. No one in the mortal realm can kill him. Moreover, if he cultivates for a while longer, he will definitely not be weaker than the great demon king. What a pity! Many demons were hostile at first, but gradually they admired him. Although they were enemies, their enemies' backbone and pride were enough to move them. The Devil Nation's crystal master's face turned ugly. He did not believe that Lin Ling was so powerful. Kneel. An even more terrifying pressure of law came. He wanted Lin Ling to kneel. Because Lin Ling had come to their territory, there was no doubt that he would die. However, before he died, he wanted the number 1 emperor to kneel. The more arrogant he was, the more he wanted him to lower his head. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ling's body was covered in more blood. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. His long hair was also fluttering. His face was somewhat ferocious. It was a ferocious expression of pain. His current law was only 100,000, which was not comparable to the late-stage martial emperor experts of the older generation. Lin Ling. Feeling the pressure Lin Ling was under, Xianxia shouted worriedly. The ferocious expression on Lin Ling's face disappeared. He turned around and smiled, child's play. It was actually very difficult to smile, but Lin Ling did not want Xianxia to worry about him. Don't worry, I will take you away. Then, he took another step forward. What a stubborn boy. At this moment, the great demon kings were shocked. Lin Ling was actually able to withstand the difference of tens of millions of law energy. This was simply beyond their imagination. However, this also showed how terrifying Lin Ling's perseverance was. Moreover, it also showed how terrifying Li Xiaoyao's perseverance was. The combination of their perseverance had reached a level that made one's hair stand on end. That was indeed the case. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, Lin Ling's growth was not smooth sailing. If he did not have that iron-like perseverance, how could he reach such heights today? I have more law energy. Let me do it. At this moment, the 400 million great demon kings also shouted coldly. Rumble. An even more ferocious pressure of laws surged outwards. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling had already reached the main street. The entire street seemed to have been suppressed and sunk in. All the demons looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if Lin Ling could take Xianxia away under the pressure of the 3 great demon kings. They also wanted to know if this human genius who had entered the wolf's den could survive. Lin Ling let out a low groan. His eyes were red. If not for his godly demon body, he would have been reduced to dust. The difference in strength made him feel weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely make these great demon kings be suppressed by his even more terrifying aura. He would remember this grudge. God's bone. A bone quietly appeared in his right hand. Then he moved forward again. Under the pressure, the god's bone quietly turned into sparkling light and entered Lin Ling's body through his palm. Kakaka. His bones had also become even tougher. How terrifying. However, you still have to kneel. 200 million. The 400 million great demon king's face was also filled with anger. He released his law energy again. Lin Ling took a step forward. Under the pressure, the potential of his godly demon body was also stimulated. Chapter 21-25. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios still as wild as before. The 400 million great demon king let out a low roar, and invisible laws permeated the air. Among the great demon kings of the demon region, he had the most laws. Those laws were like dreams and lightning, wandering in the sky like clouds. Bang bang bang. Invisible waves of energy pressed down, and countless demons on the street knelt down. Although the pressure of the laws was directed at Lin Ling, there were too many of them and they couldn't withstand it. Some of the weaker demons were even crushed into powder. However, Lin Ling still stood, and he blocked all the laws on Xianxuan's body. He stepped on the path alone. Lin Ling. Xianxuan was already crying her eyes out. Was it so difficult to break fate? It's okay. If I die, I will enter reincarnation with you in this life. Lin Ling didn't have the strength to turn around and look at her. He could only speak weakly. For her, Lin Ling had given up the world and his bright future. It was all for the sake of breaking that fate. You won't enter reincarnation alone. Xianxuan nodded heavily when she heard such a resolute sentence. Wherever her man went, she would follow, even if it was reincarnation. As long as they held each other's hands, they wouldn't get lost. How infatuated. 400 million. The 400 million great demon king sneered, and an even more terrifying pressure of the laws attacked. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling had completely refined the bone of God, and his physical strength had increased greatly. His godly devil body was also at the initial stage, but he still couldn't withstand the surging laws. His arm broke with a bang, as if it was just a skeleton. He weakly held Xian Yuanger's hand, but this time, Xian Yuanger held his hand even more tightly. She was afraid of being separated from her man. Bang! Both of his legs were broken, but he was still standing on the ground with his broken bones. What was surprising was that Lin Ling's expression was calm. He allowed his bones to break and blood to flow. This time, he did not let out a cold cry or cry. At this moment, all the demons on the ground were kneeling. Only the great demon king and Lin Ling were still standing. This scene was undoubtedly shocking, as if thousands of people were bowing their heads. This wedding was very beautiful, but it was also very sad. This guy is really hard to deal with, I'm coming too. Come. The 100 million lives great demon king's mind, he didn't believe. Instantly, laws surged towards Lin Ling like an avalanche. His attack was clearly even more vicious, and he wanted to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. He believed Lin Ling. The great demon king, the great demon king, great demon. The great demon king attacking Lin Ling. This seniority was already inappropriate, but now 3 great demon kings were attacking at the same time. This was somewhat despicable. And when the laws of the 3 great demon kings joined together, Lin Ling might not be able to block it. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils contracted fiercely, as if he could see the demonic power descending from the sky. Before it arrived, all the buildings in the city had collapsed. The scene was shocking. Why hadn't the firmament sword Immortal and the others come yet? Could it be he was going to fall here? In a short period of time, several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. Could it be that he had to use his trump card? But no matter what kind of problem it was, if he was given a choice, he would choose to come here again. If you want to fight, then fight fairly. Why mess up this fated marriage? At this moment, a mysterious person wearing a cloak suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, one hand supporting him, helping him resist the pressure of the turbulent laws. This unforeseen event caused Lin Ling's expression to change slightly, and he looked over with a frown. Brat, although you and I are enemies, I admire your persistence in love and the importance you place on promises. Xian Yuanger, will be very happy with you. That mysterious person smiled faintly, revealing a stunning face under the brim of her hat. She was actually the sexy beauty he met when he sold the mountain. Almost at the same time, the laws of the 3 great demon kings in the sky pressed down like thunder and lightning, like a dream or an illusion. The vast demonic aura surged and actually formed a demonic nation. Heart Demon Guhai. Facing the terrifying law pressure in the sky, that sexy beauty's pretty face turned grave. Large amounts of blood-colored bubbles floated out around her body, as if they were bubbles emerging from the bottom of the water. However, each bubble was an extremely powerful law. Furthermore, when the bubbles rose into the sky, they also exploded, giving off crisp sounds. Those sounds carried a mysterious melody that could actually shake one's soul. This was clearly a powerful method that combined laws and soul power. Great Demon King Guhai. When the 3 great demon kings sensed that terrifying aura, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the latter was one of the 5 great demon kings of the demonic domain. She was also the most mysterious great demon king. This great demon king did not have a large territory. Furthermore, it was at the border of the demonic domain. Furthermore, her entire race was female. However, no one in the demonic domain dared to underestimate that place, as all who went there would die. Rumble. The terrifying law pressure in the sky seemed to have been blasted away, revealing the dusky sky. Clearly, Great Demon King Guhai had blocked the 3 great demon kings' law pressure. Of course, that was just the pressure. If the 3 great demon kings had attacked with their laws, Great Demon King Guhai would not have been able to block it. At this moment, Great Demon King Guhai's pretty face turned somewhat pale. Clearly, she was having some difficulty blocking it. Scram! However, to her surprise, the man before her shouted coldly at her. He did not need her help. I will protect my woman myself. thank you for earlier. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly, his face filled with pride and determination. You fool! That great demon king Gu Hai could not help cursing angrily. Should he call this youth a fool? Or was he too stubborn? However, although this man was wild, at least he knew how to appreciate favors. He also thanked her. Without my help, you would definitely have died. That great demon king Gu Hai said again. In reality, she did not know why she wanted to help. Perhaps she did not want a man with a true temperament to die in this world. Actually, your help is not much. On the contrary, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Furthermore, I, Lin Ling, am already here. Clearly, it is already too late for them to kill me. Lin Ling raised his head, his handsome face spitting out a voice. Great demon king Gu Hai's pretty eyes immediately narrowed. Lin Ling is that confident? The three great demon kings behind were the same. After all, they could kill Lin Ling at any time. Previously, they only wanted to make Lin Ling kneel. Did Lin Ling really think that he could escape from the three of them? If that was the case, they would lose all face. He is still as wild as ever. He truly lives up to being the human race's genius, Lin Ling. Those kneeling demons had no choice but to submit. Even at this moment, Lin Ling still remained arrogant. Lin Ling, do you really think that you will not die? The 100 million lives great demon king said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was the densest. The three great demon kings withdrew their nomological pressure and looked at Lin Ling. I have already come this far. I, Lin Ling, will not die. Chapter 21-26. You can't kill me. You mean we can't kill you? Billion Lives Demon King narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that a trifling Lin Ling could cause any big waves. Of the 5 great demon kings of the demon realm, only this beauty and the great demon king of the east can be considered heroes. As for you all, you're just a nest of snakes and rats. Maybe you're not convinced, then I'll tell you how much trash you are. Great demon king of the 100 million lives, your son's wedding, in the end, the bride was taken away by me, and your precious son was killed by me. Such a shameful thing happened. I really don't understand how you still have the nerve to call yourself a great demon king. Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom, I killed all 3 of your sons, but what can you do? You can only hole up in the demon domain. You should give up your great demon king position and let someone else take it. As for you, the 400 million great demon king trash, you only know how to team up with others. When you meet me, an early Martial Emperor Jr., you actually don't dare to fight one-on-one. Of course, I know that all of you are determined to kill me, because all of you are afraid that after I grow up, I will come and settle accounts with all of you. Lin Ling's voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the 3 demon kings' expressions to turn extremely ugly. What infuriated them was that the surrounding demons were silent. Clearly, they agreed with Lin Ling's words. How can someone who's about to die have the guts to spout such nonsense? The 100 million lives demon king was the most furious. If you're scared, then you're scared. What's the point of talking nonsense? Lin Ling laughed coldly, but I can also tell you that today, you can no longer kill me. You can only watch me leave in anger. With that, he held Xian Yuanger's hand and left again. That kind of carefreeness and fearlessness had undoubtedly caused the entire city to fall silent. Even Demon King Gu Hai was shocked. He did not understand where Lin Ling got his confidence from. She muttered to herself, this fellow is only a second-stage martial emperor, while the 3 demon kings are late-stage martial emperors. Furthermore, there are 3 of them. How can he block them? Then let me see how you won't die. The 3 demon kings were so angry that they began to laugh. It was time to end everything. This time, they no longer planned to use the pressure of laws, but instead use laws to kill. Lin Ling. Xian Yuange looked at Lin Ling nervously. Lin Ling had already recovered by relying on his god-devil body. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Let's go. If the 3 demon kings had attacked him from the start, Lin Ling, would have been slaughtered. However, the 3 demon kings were too confident and missed the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. In addition, Demon King Lin Ling blocked the most crucial attack. Therefore, it was now time for Lin Ling to counterattack. because he sensed that his disciple had returned. Great Devil Kingdom! At this moment, behind him, countless devil armies were rushing over. The Devil Nation Crystal Lord floated up. His chest seemed to have opened the gates of a city, allowing the army to descend. How terrifying! Is he finally ruthless enough to make a move? All the demons watched this scene anxiously. However, that proud youth did not even look back as he walked through the street. It was as if he was taking a stroll with his wife under the setting sun, amidst the army, playing with life. How bold! Not to mention those demons, even Demon King Gu Hai sucked in a cold breath. Rumble! The void exploded and the streets tumbled. A large number of demons died under the laws of the Demon Nation's Crystal Master. But when everyone looked at Lin Ling again, a terrifying scene occurred. On that icy cold street, that pair of lovers was still moving forward. Not only were they fine, but the two were even chatting happily. Chi! Seeing this, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was heard. How domineering! What kind of courage was that? How can this be? That Devil Nation Crystal Lord's expression turned somewhat ferocious. In reality, he absolutely could not let Lin Ling leave, as Lin Ling would be a huge problem. Hence, while he seemed to be forcing Lin Ling to kneel earlier, he would definitely kill Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, he now felt that the situation was out of his control. Devil Nation Crystal Lord, are you letting him off? The 100 million life Demon King shouted angrily at this moment. Nonsense! That brat suddenly became strange. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Devil Nation Crystal Lord retorted somewhat gloomily. I don't believe that he is that strange. The 100 million life Demon King floated up. The single horn on his forehead, as thick as an arm, gave off a dazzling light. Many strange palms appeared around him. These palms gave off a mysterious demonic fog, giving off intense pressure. Without a doubt, any one of the three demon kings could kill everything, aside from the various ancient giants. Die for me! Those terrifying palms danced in the sky, blotting out the sky and smashing down on the ground. When one looked carefully, one would see 200 million laws hidden in them. The demonic domain seemed to be overturned at this moment. Boom! The ground shook. However, the horrifying thing was that the swordsman carrying the ancient sword continued holding his wife's hand as they strolled along the cold street amid the boundless laws. Only after all the laws blasted the ground did everyone see that Lin Ling remained safe and sound. I remember that you like to eat barbecued meat. Previously, when we were together at the ghost domain, I was the one who barbecued most of the meat. It should be your turn next time. Lazy fellow, isn't it the husband who barbecued meat for the wife? Men and women are equal. Occasionally, the wife should make a move. What rendered everyone speechless was that this perfect couple was actually chatting. The entire city immediately fell silent. The three demon kings goggled. Demon King Gu Hai's beautiful eyes also narrowed. That feeling made it seem like those two were not from this world. They had transcended life and death, walking in the sky that everyone had to look up to. We cannot let him leave. Otherwise, he will become a huge problem. The three demon kings finally felt fear. This was as good as letting the Grim Reaper leave. If that young ancient era powerhouse left alive, they would be the ones to die the next time. For 100 million laws. Unparalleled laws blasted out again. They are panicking. Clearly, Lin Ling's earlier words frightened them. The crowd muttered to themselves. The crowd secretly said. In their eyes, this matter was too unbelievable. The two of them left along the long street. Even the three great demon kings couldn't kill them. Most importantly, the two of them didn't even turn their heads back from the beginning to the end. They were so calm and indifferent that they couldn't help but admire them. Furthermore, these were three demon kings, the most terrifying existences in the demonic domain. Who could survive from them? However, Lin Ling seemed to be able to. Rumble. Even so, with 400 million demon kings attacking, the result was the same. At this moment, the cold sweat on the foreheads of the three demon lords increased. The arrogant words from before, the mocking of Lin Ling, were like silent slaps that ruthlessly landed on their faces. They could not kill Lin Ling with their full strength, Yet they still wanted to toy with Lin Ling? In reality, they did not know that Lin Ling had finally brought out one of his trump cards, the dodging domain. This dodging domain was left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It was a soul energy martial technique. Once it was activated, as long as one's soul energy was not completely exhausted, one could form a dodging domain. Chapter 21-27. The ancient giants would be killed all the same. You killed my son. You can't live. The billion lives demon king couldn't hold it in any longer and flew toward Lin Ling hysterically. Since he couldn't kill him with his laws, he would just have to get close and kill him. However, as soon as his figure moved, a black torrent swam out from Lin Ling's body. A giant ancient serpent flicked its tongue and coldly stared at the 100 million lives demon king. Boom! The huge snake's mouth then pounced and the laws roared. What the hell is this? The 100 million life devil king became more and more anxious. Everyone could see that he had lost his composure and reason. Of course, if it was another person, they would probably do the same. Seeing a junior who was inferior to them leave before their eyes, who could maintain their calm. Boom, boom. It was none other than a little saint. In fact, Lin Ling could have used the minor saint from the beginning, but he didn't because the 3 devil kings wouldn't treat him like an ant if he used his trump card. After all, Lin Ling only needed time. That giant snake was actually able to fight the billion lives demon king to a draw. Lin Ling's methods are truly endless. The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. It was indeed difficult to kill Lin Ling. Many people even sensed that the hearts of the remaining 2 demon kings were shaken, as if they also believed that they couldn't kill Lin Ling. Or perhaps, they couldn't see through Lin Ling anymore. His cultivation is not high. How could he be so difficult to deal with? We can't let him leave. Let's attack him together. Although it's extremely humiliating, it's best if we can kill him. All right. The demon nation's crystal master and the 400 million great demon kings exchanged several words before rushing out. Even if they didn't care about face or dignity, they still had to keep Lin Ling here. Stay here forever. The terrifying demonic palm grabbed at Lin Ling, and the sky of the infernal domain seemed to be split into 2. 400 million great demon king. He was famous for having 400 million nomological laws. This was because he had the most nomological laws in the infernal domain. He even had the most nomological laws among the ancient giants of the 4 races. As for the Devil Kingdom's crystal lord, at this moment, thousands of soldiers and horses swam out of his body. All of them condensed on his body, turning him into an indomitable giant. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his entire body was composed of his head, hands, and feet. It was quite a terrifying sight. Are you finally going to fight to the death? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared at Lin Ling and realized that even though he was the center of attention, Lin Ling was calm and collected. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. King. This was a true king. Get the hell back. Finally, a cold voice sounded. There was a sword coming from the horizon at an extremely fast speed. One sword with 100 million nomological laws, cutting through everything. Sword Immortal Xianxia. Seeing this, the Devil Kingdom's crystal lord sucked in a breath of cold air. In fact, he had always been wary of Lin Ling's disciples. However, he also sensed that those disciples were not around Lin Ling. That was why he was so confident. Even if those disciples rushed over, he would be able to kill Lin Ling first. However, he had overestimated himself. Lin Ling's methods and trump cards were simply beyond imagination. Moreover, Wuxia was already at the 2nd degree. What if he was at the same level as them? Go to hell! After Sword Immortal Xianxia, a black dragon roared. It was the Dark Dragon Emperor. Following that, there was a whistling sound in the sky. It was as clear as a bell, but a cold and murderous voice also descended. All of you must die! Exclamation point. Martial god Yungu floated in the sky. A mysterious jade zither appeared in her hand. The zither determined the world. The arrival of the 3 ancient giants of the human race had undoubtedly shocked the entire infernal domain. How terrifying! Is that Lin Ling's counterattack? Exclamation point. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. In their hearts, Lin Ling was like an emperor on a tour. When he arrived, he would dominate the world. Bang, bang, bang. However, what terrified them was that there was another giant coming from afar. His footsteps were like thunder, and his long hair danced wildly. He was like an invincible god of war. It was the great demon king of the East. Behind the great demon king of the East, a large number of demons from the realm of true martial were also charging over. Great demon king of the East. Great! Billion-life demon king stared at the distance, and his face turned completely ugly. He finally understood why Lin Ling appeared here alone. That crazy guy actually used himself as bait to attract the attention of the three great demon kings. He wanted his disciple to save the great demon king of the realm of true martial. Lin Ling was really a lunatic. Billion-life demon king could not help but admire Lin Ling's actions. While he was still in shock, the huge black snake's tail swept over. It actually carried an endless amount of power of law, as if it was going to destroy the world. This made Billion-life demon king's face change. He instantly released a large number of palms, forming an earth-shattering force, to resist the huge tail of the ancient snake. He was deeply aware that these things that came from Lin Ling's side, whether they were humans or snakes, were extremely terrifying existences. Puff, puff, puff. The huge tail seemed to be cutting through tofu, causing those palms to explode unceasingly. Demon energy violently shot out, but in the end, Billion-life demon king was still confident that he could block the attack of the ancient snake. Unfortunately, he forgot that there was more than one expert attacking him. I will take your life on behalf of my master. At this time, a sword slashed over. It was half evil and half demon. A huge sword light seemed to be able to cut through the world, and it carried a strong murderous aura. No! Billion-life demon king's pupils constricted. Yes, he had forgotten that Lin Ling's strength was not due to a mere ancient snake. How could he have forgotten about this? In fact, he should have known that after Lin Ling's last sentence, they had already lost the upper hand. Subconsciously, he stared fixedly at the street and suddenly realized that the young man who looked like a monarch was still holding Xianyuanger's hand as they walked down the street. That feeling was as if he, the demon king of 100 million lives, was an ant that couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes at all. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the huge tail of the little saint came over and wrapped around his body. Let me go! Billion-life demon king let out a terrified cry. His voice was so miserable that it made the hearts of all the devils tremble. After being tied up by the little saint, sword Immortal Xianxia's sword slashed over. Are you bullying me with numbers? The question that came out of sword Immortal Xianxia's mouth was undoubtedly shocking. Swoosh! The decisive sword slashed out, and the ancient city seemed to be cut in half. Under countless gazes, a sword wound appeared on the 100 million lives Devil King's neck, and vast amounts of devil energy leaked out. The 100 million lives Devil King's face was completely pale, and even stiff and unsightly. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his head slid down to the ground. Under the joint attack of the little saint and sword Immortal Xianxia, one of the 5 great demon kings of the Devil region had fallen. The whole city, even the entire Devil region, seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. Today was the wedding day of Billion-life demon king's son, and the entire Devil region was celebrating. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would come and interrupt the most joyous occasion in the Devil region, stirring up a storm of blood? In fact, he did succeed in stealing the bride, and the so-called groom was just a joke. However, no one would have thought that even Billion-life demon king would fall. One should know that he was one of the ancient giants of the 4 races. It could even be said that Billion-life demon king was the first ancient giant to fall after the battle of creation. Domineering, was this Lin Ling's domineering way? He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Chapter 21-28. The tide has turned chi. In the next instant, the entire ancient city let out the sound of cold air being sucked in. Even Demon King Gu Hai felt the same. She smiled bitterly. She did not expect that the brat she met when she was selling the mountain would be so terrifying. The funniest thing was that she had overestimated herself and tried to help him. Moreover, it was no wonder that this brat would not have a good expression every time he saw him, because the other party really didn't need to fear him. Boys can turn the world upside down and blood flows like a river. At the same time, the giants in the distance arrived. They brought an army of thousands of men and horses to slaughter everything. The great demon king of the east had descended, the most ancient great demon king of the infernal realm. Not good. The demons in the ancient city were scared. The great demon king of the east was not a good person. His territory was seized and he almost died. How could he not take revenge? Bang! The gigantic fist carried with it the power to destroy heaven and earth as it viciously slammed toward the demon kingdom's crystal master. Great demon king of the east. The devil nation's crystal master's face was extremely ugly. Today, his plan with the billion lives demon king had been disrupted by Lin Ling alone. They had gone from an absolute advantage to an absolute disadvantage. Why? Boom. He also punched out and released a large number of demons. However, as soon as he released it, the black dragon hovering in the sky also released its ferocious aura. Many figures jumped down from the sky. They were the villains from the prison in the mortal realm. Their ferocious aura was so terrifying that even the demons were afraid. Then, they clashed with the army of the crystal master of the devil kingdom. Boom! The two fists collided. With the cooperation of the great eastern demon king and the dark dragon emperor, the devil kingdom crystal master's aura immediately withered. All of you are bullying me with numbers. You are not true martial artists. The devil kingdom crystal master roared angrily. He simply could not block the attacks of the two ancient giants. Weren't these things done by you all before? The great demon king of the east raised his fist and punched out. Every punch was like a meteor bombarding the earth, overbearing and magnificent. Boom, boom. With each punch, the devil nation crystal master spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face turned even paler. On the other side, the 400 million great demon kings weren't any better. They only had 2 people left while Lin Ling had 4 ancient giants on his side. How were they going to fight? Even the surrounding demons were surprised at how quickly the situation had changed. Lin Ling, the 400 million demon king, roared. He was filled with regret, incomparable regret. If he had known earlier that Lin Ling's counterattack was so terrifying, he would have simply killed Lin Ling from the very beginning. Unfortunately, he missed it all. Kill! In the sky, martial god Yungu also attacked. Her attacks were so sharp that they made him suffer again and again. However, he gritted his teeth and held on because there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. Lin Ling was definitely in a heavily injured state right now. They couldn't kill Lin Ling, but their subordinates could. Go kill him! The 400 million demon king roared at the sky. He wanted to see Lin Ling die. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He should have left an ancient giant by his side to protect him instead of bringing along the Xianyuan alone. The demon nation crystal master also thought the same. Therefore, he endured, hoping to hold on until Lin Ling died. A large number of demons pounced on Lin Ling, making Demon King Lin Ling anxious. Just as he was about to warn Lin Ling, however, at this moment, a large number of black shadows floated out of Lin Ling's body. The terrifying Yellow Springs army descended, and the ancient primordial divine crows appeared majestically. Before those demons could get close to Lin Ling, they were killed by the ancient primordial divine crows. They were even forced to retreat in panic. Lady Water Mist, Lady Pooh, and the others sneered, "Come, let's see who will kill who." Another trump card appeared. Lin Ling seemed to have no limit, giving the Demon Nation Crystal Master and the others a resounding slap. They were not qualified to kill Lin Ling. Boom! Such a scene undoubtedly shocked the entire true martial realm. Until now, everyone still had an illusion. Who was the real Demon King of the Demon Domain? Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still holding the Xianyuanger's hand, strolling on the broken Long Street. Under the dusky sunset of the Demon Domain, it looked extremely peaceful and beautiful. So beautiful! He was actually talking to the Xianyuanger the whole time. He didn't even look behind him. This is the overlord in my heart. In the distance, Many demons secretly thought to themselves. They all remembered the name Lin Ling. The two figures in the distance walked further and further away, disappearing from everyone's sight. As for the city, it was still the battlefield of the ancient giants. However, there was no doubt that the Demon Nation Crystal Master and the others had lost. Today, not only did they not gain any advantage, they suffered a great loss. Lin Ling, thank you. After leaving the ancient city, the Xian Yuango smiled excitedly. Hee, I said I will be back. Lin Ling also smiled brightly. He knew very well that although he appeared to be carefree earlier, in reality, he had almost died. Fortunately, he had managed to survive that difficult period. So, where are we going now? The Xian Yuango looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. In this world, there was a man who risked his life to save her. Such a man was worthy of being with her for the rest of her life. Most importantly, the fate of her and Li Xiaoyao was finally broken in this life. Anywhere is fine. The two strolled aimlessly, cherishing the hard-won time. Finally, they stopped on top of an ancient mountain, back to back, looking at the entire demon domain. Although the sky in the demon domain was dark, it had a different feeling. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Ling, they are the same person. The Xian Yuange leaned against Lin Ling, smiling and talking to herself. She quietly turned her head and saw that the young man behind her had fallen asleep. He was so tired that he fell asleep. The Xian Yuange's heart suddenly beat wildly. Then she gently touched Lin Ling's cheek. After doing all this, she seemed to have done something wrong, and her beautiful face blushed. They quietly leaned against each other. After an unknown amount of time, the Eastern Demon King appeared in the distant sky. He looked at the young man and woman on top of the mountain and couldn't help but laugh. In this life, Lin Ling finally didn't come too late. My lord, all the remaining people are either dead or have escaped. Right now, there are no other great Demon King's people in the realm of true martial arts. A subordinate beside him said, "This time we should thank that guy. If it weren't for him, we would have been dead." The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling with gratitude. He didn't expect that his strongest opponent in the past would be his savior today. "He is a good match for my lady." The subordinate laughed, which made the Eastern Demon King stunned for a moment. Then he coldly snorted, "He is a good match, but if he wants to marry my girl, it won't be that easy. If he doesn't send millions of rivers and mountains to the mortal world, he won't even be able to touch my girl's hand. This betrothal gift is so ruthless." The subordinate laughed again. The Eastern Demon King's mouth was hard but his heart was soft. "You old man, when I saved you, you were only half alive. Now you are full of energy. Alas, are all old people so awesome?" Chapter 21-29. Embark on the journey again. Scram. Don't think that you're young. You're actually an old monster. The great Demon King of the East scolded, causing Sword Immortal Tsong Tian to shrug his shoulders helplessly. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. They had slaughtered all the devils who had invaded the true martial world. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Lord and the other two Devil Kings, they had managed to escape. After all, they had already planned to escape. So, it wouldn't be difficult for them to escape from the true martial world after consuming a lot of their cultivation. Of course, although they had escaped, it was obvious that their vitality had been greatly damaged. There are still more than 2 years until the Battle of Creation. They don't seem to be a threat anymore," said ancient martial god Yun, smiling. Everybody nodded. At this moment, outside the realm of true martial, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon Kings were in an extremely difficult situation. Moreover, they were extremely weak. Naturally, their faces were extremely ugly. They even felt that the wind blowing in their ears was a kind of mockery. Because today, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. The entire infernal realm was laughing at them. Perhaps even the entire 4 races were laughing at them. "Lin Ling, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." The 2 great demon kings roared angrily, especially the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master. His grudge with Lin Ling had reached the point where he would not rest until one of them was dead. "Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling." After a short period of rest and reorganization in the true martial world, almost all the devils had recovered. Cheers resounded throughout the entire true martial world at this moment. Because Lin Ling had saved them. Not only did he save them, but he also saved the great demon king of the East and Xian Yuange. Right now, if anyone dared to say that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of Xian Yuange, then they would be drowned by the crowd's saliva. Moreover, this sensational news had spread to the true martial world, letting the four clans know that the divine king of the God clan and the ghost emperor of the ghost clan had died. They couldn't believe that a great demon king of the demon clan had fallen before the creation battle had even begun. And this was no small matter. This was because it was very difficult to die at the great demon king's level, but Lin Ling had done it. Without a doubt, these ancient giants were even more worried about the creation battle in the future. They were afraid that Lin Ling would actually rule over this world. At this moment, in a small valley, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. Behind him, a god and a devil appeared. The two extreme auras were colliding, as if a god and devil had descended. This time, by borrowing the pressure of the three demon kings' laws, he was able to smoothly absorb the god's bone, allowing his body's strength to reach 200 U. Even Lin Ling was shocked by this terrifying progress. He was a triple cultivator of essence, qi, and spirit. From the looks of it, the cultivation of his fleshly body did not fall behind. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. With the help of the ambergris, which was an item of great misfortune and great fortune, Lin Ling had successfully entered the third level of the martial emperor realm. The number of laws in his body had reached 150,000, and the flame of Yellow Springs had also reached its peak. Not only did the Yellow Springs army recover to 100% of their strength, even the 6 paths of reincarnation, his Azura Dao had also reached the middle level, increasing the number of laws by 200,000. In total, he could erupt with more than 400,000 laws. In the early stage of the martial emperor realm, he could be said to be invincible. Of course, Lin Ling was not arrogant. After the battle at Dreamlike Mountain, he knew that he still had a long way to go before he could reach the heights of the ancient giants. However, Lin Ling remembered the oppressive aura of the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master. When he reached the heavens and earth, he would properly oppress the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others. In fact, part of the reason why the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others were able to escape was because Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others had deliberately allowed them to escape. They wanted to leave them for their master to personally take revenge in the future. After the third level of the martial emperor realm, there is a watershed. Once one steps into the fourth level of the martial emperor realm, the number of laws will increase by several times. However, this is also a huge gap. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. The opportunity required to break through the threshold was obviously much more than that. Now that the Xian Yuange had been rescued, the next goal was the third stone sculpture. If he could obtain the stone sculpture, Lin Ling was confident that he could dominate the world. Hey, don't be in a daze. Come and help me. On the other side of the valley, Xian Yuange was barbecuing meat. She was tearing up because of the smoke. She glared at Lin Ling and said angrily, "Ha!" Looking at the little dirty cat's face, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. "You're still laughing. Come and help me." "Why should I help? Last time, I was the one who barbecued meat. This time, it's your turn. You want to take advantage of me, Lin Ling? You're too inexperienced. Bastard, you're not a man." The two of them pointed at each other and cursed. Yuan Shi and the others, who were far away in the valley, were dumbfounded. They were really a pair of little enemies. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a scene. Yuan Shi looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly. After all, in terms of handsomeness, he was not inferior to Lin Ling. Why did all these beauties like to stare at Lin Ling? Then, his gaze turned and fell on the entrance of the valley. There stood a sexy woman. At this moment, she was rubbing her chin and staring at Lin Ling as if he was her prey. Sigh, another one. Lin Ling, you better fucking leave one for me. Yuan Shi was extremely sullen. He knew that the sexy beauty was extremely terrifying. She seemed to be one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon zone. The great demon king was also staring at Lin Ling? What right did Lin Ling have? Lin Ling, why don't I make a deal with you? I'll sing and you'll barbecue meat? Xianyuange's smiling voice came from the valley again. I'm determined not to be fooled. I'm at a disadvantage. Lin Ling shook his head decisively. You're not a man. Yes, I'm a scoundrel. Lin Ling admitted with a smile. Xianyuange was so angry that she clenched her teeth. If she remembered correctly, he was also a scoundrel in her previous life. Of course, if we can do that tonight, I'll consider it. Suddenly, Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Tonight you can do that? Xianyuange was stunned at first. Then she reacted and suddenly laughed like a little witch. Okay, but from now on, you'll have to pay for my lunch and dinner. She acted as if she had Lin Ling under control and made extremely seductive movements. One had to admit that although she was petite, she was extremely seductive when she made those movements. Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and saliva flowed out. Xianyuange was ecstatic. This man was definitely hers. No, you're not worth the price. However, Lin Ling's head shook like a rattle drum. Xianyuange was stunned. She took the initiative to show off, but this guy said he wasn't worth the price. You're asking for a beating. Am I that bad? Lin Ling's screams suddenly came from the valley. Outside the valley, the great demon king of the east was sitting there with a wine pot in his hand. However, there was a faint smile on his face. The things that happened in the valley seemed to have happened thousands of years ago. At that time, Lin Ling was called Li Xiaoyao. After a short rest in the valley, Lin Ling led everyone on a journey. This journey was the most important one, the 3rd stone sculpture. Chapter 2130. Arriving at Yellow Springs Mountain again along the way, everyone was chatting and laughing. Moreover, the entire process was extremely smooth. It was so smooth that Lin Ling had an illusion that it was the calm before the storm. Master, what's wrong? Although Lin Ling hid it well, ancient martial god still sensed his emotions. Perhaps it's just a misconception. Or perhaps it's because I've encountered too many dangers in the past few years. That's why I feel that things are too peaceful. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Yellow Springs Mountain came into view. It reminded him of the scenes that had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain in the past. There, he had taken back the second dream and obtained the Yellow Springs flame. Then let's be careful. Ancient martial god Yun was most obedient to Lin Ling, so she said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded, but his eyes were still looking ahead. Vaguely, he saw a familiar face. It was the Yellow Spring Emperor. Although the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was still hiding in Yellow Spring Mountain, Lin Ling could sense that the mysterious existence was watching him. Shaking his head, Lin Ling led the group forward. He sighed in his heart. In the past, when facing such mysterious existences, he, Lin Ling, could only look up to them. Today, when he stepped into his old haunt, these mysterious existences were not worth fearing. Lin Ling also felt that this kind of drastic change was like a dream. Along the way, the ghost realm was still the same as before, with a large number of martial artists training. Are those people going to the Yellow Springs Mountain? Are you stupid? That's a forbidden area. Should we remind them? You guys are the ones who are stupid. Do you see that handsome young man in the lead? He's the #1 genius of the human race, Lin Ling. It's him. Oh my God, I actually saw him. When Lin Ling and the others flew over from the sky, the martial artists on the ground all became excited. Today, there was no one who did not know of Lin Ling's name. He was the youngest giant of the human race and the idol of all martial artists. It seems that people recognize Lin Ling wherever he goes. Yuan Shizi shook his head and smiled. However, he was not jealous because he also admired Lin Ling's sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others were used to it. Lin Ling, it's you. Ha, I'm Zhang Jun. A moment later, a voice suddenly came from the ground in front of them. A strange-looking little fatty ran over. You're all jealous of my handsomeness. From afar, Lin Ling could hear that strange voice. In fact, in this world, other than that guy, Lin Ling couldn't find a second one. So when he heard that voice, he knew who it was. Sure enough, Zhang Yingjun walked over quickly with the two of them. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he first punched Lin Ling. Their friendship could be said to have been forged through life and death battles, so there was no need for formalities. Lin Ling also smiled and chatted with Zhang Yingjun for a while. Then he looked behind Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling had seen one of the two people behind him before. It was the immortal Buddha. The other person's strength was even more unfathomable. He looked like he was in his 40s. He was extremely young. Immortal God King. Immortal God. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others narrowed their eyes. This must be one of the three divine kings of the nation of God. Lin Ling remembered that this divine king had helped him during the 4-race competition. He immediately smiled politely. Hee, I've heard of the name of the number 1 genius of the human race, Lin Ling. Today, I finally have the chance to make friends with you. The Immortal God King was also very polite. At the same time, he glanced at Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others and greeted them. He was secretly shocked. There was indeed no weakling around Lin Ling. Because of Zhang Yingjun, Lin Ling was quite familiar with the Immortal God King. After a few conversations, Lin Ling knew that the Immortal God King had brought Zhang Yingjun to gain experience and collect some unique treasures of the Ghost Realm. How about we go together? Sure. Zhang Yingjun suggested with a smile. Lin Ling frowned. In fact, his trip was extremely important. He did not want unfamiliar people to join. However, Lin Ling trusted Zhang Yingjun, so he smiled and nodded. Everyone set off again. On the way, martial god Yungu reminded, Master, this trip is to find the 3rd stone sculpture. It's not good for outsiders to join. It's fine. Zhang Yingjun won't harm me. Sure. Lin Ling had always trusted his friends. What are you afraid of? With us 3 ancient giants here, we won't be afraid even if the sky falls. The Dark Dragon Emperor said with great confidence. Everyone talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was extremely pleasant. Gradually, they arrived at Yellow Spring Mountain. The mountain was full of lonely souls walking around, which made one tremble with fear. Lin Ling knew the purpose of this trip very well. They had to pass through the reincarnation circle and reach the real ghost realm. However, he gradually sensed that something was wrong. This was because the number of ghosts around him was much more than he had imagined. That was impossible, because these were reincarnation ghosts, which meant that they were about to enter reincarnation. Now that the number had increased, it meant that a large number of people in the human world continued to die. And the number of deaths was probably more than 100 million. Sensing this, Lin Ling's expression began to change. Then his pupils constricted. Spirit formation. He stopped and then frowned as he looked at the sky. His expression became more and more serious. Master, what's wrong? Master. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others were surprised. We have entered a spirit formation, and it is an extremely powerful endless reincarnation formation. Lin Ling said. Hearing that, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A spirit formation that could make Lin Ling treat it so seriously was most likely extremely terrifying. This formation has been set up by hundreds of millions of lives. Those who enter the formation will never enter reincarnation. They will be trapped in the same place and will never be able to leave. Lin Ling continued, moreover, this spirit formation should be targeted at us. Hundreds of millions of lives? How ruthless! Hearing this, ancient martial god Yun was also in disbelief. In order to deal with them, someone had sacrificed hundreds of millions of lives? This was indeed a ruthless method. It's the Emperor of Yellow Spring. Lin Ling said again. Because the only one who could control Yellow Spring Mountain and set up a spirit formation here was the Ghost Realm Great Leader. You are indeed the genius of the human race, Lin Ling. Before the formation was completed, you had already sensed it. Unfortunately, you have the flame of Yellow Spring. There is only one person in this world who can control reincarnation. Otherwise, I would not want to provoke a genius like you. After Lin Ling's voice, an ancient voice finally sounded from Yellow Spring Mountain. Rumble. The mountain range in the distance also swam and turned into the outline of a huge man, looking down at everyone as if he was looking down on the world. The Emperor of Yellow Spring? How dare you attack my master? Do you want to die? Sword Immortal Tsang Tian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. The law surged and the killing intent was extremely decisive. However, when the terrifying sword slashed forward, it quickly disappeared without a trace. And the Emperor of Yellow Spring said disdainfully, "It's useless. With the spirit formation, we can't hurt him. After all, this is a spirit formation set up by hundreds of millions of lives." Lin Ling shook his head coldly. He did not understand why the Emperor of Yellow Spring was targeting him. However, the most important thing now was to break the spirit formation. Follow me. Chapter 2131. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios for the third stone sculpture, break those tombstones. Lin Ling knew that those tombstones were the boundary. Once they were broken, the formation could be broken. There were a large number of ghosts guarding the tombstones. Of course, those ghosts could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Bang, bang, bang. One tombstone after another was broken. As expected of the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. You can actually break the ancient boundary formation that I found in the Yellow Spring Mountain. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's surprised voice came from the sky. But what puzzled everyone was that he was extremely calm. Ignore him. Go break the last boundary tombstone. Lin Ling did not even look at Tiankong Dao. He led the group forward again. After some time, the last tombstone appeared. As long as this tombstone was broken, the great array that sacrificed billions of lives would be easily solved. Moreover, they wanted to see why the Yellow Spring Great Emperor dared to provoke them. Because a mere Yellow Spring Great Emperor was obviously not a match for the Tsang Heaven Sword Immortal trio. Even if it was Lin Ling, he had a minor saint. He was not afraid of the latter in a one-on-one battle. The Yellow Spring Flame can only belong to one person in the end. At this time, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's voice came from the sky again. For the order of the world, for the peace of the world, you must die. I'll kill your whole family. Lin Ling cursed. He thought that he had never provoked the other party. Who knew that the other party would be so arrogant? No matter whose reincarnation you are, I am the ruler of reincarnation. Therefore, I am the sky above your head. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said majestically. After breaking the formation, let's see where your sky comes from. Lin Ling did not bother to talk nonsense. He was about to attack an ancient tombstone in the mountain. Hee, I'm sorry to interrupt you. But at this time, a smiling voice came, attracting everyone's attention. They saw the immortal divine king looking over with a smile. In his hands, he was actually holding the Xian Yuan Ge and the Yuanshi bone. Brother, what are you doing? Uncle. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even Zhang Yingjun and the others were shocked by this turn of events. You don't have to worry about this matter. You only need to know that everything I do is for the immortal divine kingdom. The immortal divine king said with a cold expression. After that, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the speed of your growth is terrifying. Therefore, no one wants to see you grow. Now, you cannot destroy the final tombstone. Otherwise, I will kill them all. First, it was because the last tombstone was destroyed, the great formation was broken, but the immortal divine king used the Xian Yuan Ge to threaten Lin Ling. No wonder the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was so calm earlier. It was as if they already had a plan. Coordinating from the inside and outside, Lin Ling couldn't do anything. Lin Ling's face suddenly became gloomy. Immortal Divine King, I am indebted to you for taking care of me last time. Therefore I, Lin Ling, treat you as a friend. However, your actions have broken our friendship. He never thought that there would be a traitor. To put it bluntly, it was because he trusted Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling, it's all my fault. Zhang Yingjun also felt extremely guilty. However, Lin Ling waved his hand. Lin Ling knew that Zhang Yingjun was also being used. The friend? The immortal divine king said disdainfully, when you rule the world in the future, then we will all be under your banner? I'm sorry, I don't need such friends. I would rather rule the world myself. In fact, he was unwilling to submit to Lin Ling. He had his own ambitions. He wanted to rule the world. Therefore, he would rather not have Lin Ling as a friend. He would rather gamble once. You will regret it. Lin Ling's face became colder and colder. Stop talking nonsense. Now, stay there obediently. When the ancient array is completely formed, I will let your people go. The immortal divine king said word by word. Big brother, why are you doing this? Seeing the immortal divine king's stubbornness, the immortal Buddha Lord sighed softly. His big brother was using them. Immortal Buddha Lord, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Since he has decided, then even if it is your words, he will definitely not listen. Lin Ling interrupted the immortal Buddha Lord's words. He looked coldly at the immortal divine king and said, I just want to know if you will fulfill your promise. The immortal divine king smiled and nodded. You don't need to doubt my credibility. You just need to let your disciples stay there quietly. Okay, I promise you. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Master. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were extremely unwilling. Because they had more experts on their side, it was not difficult to kill the other party. Now that they were dominated by the other party's scheme, they could not swallow this anger. In fact, Lin Ling was also very angry. However, looking at the unconscious Xianxia, he still endured it. Kakaka. The last tombstone began to sway, emitting a mysterious light. It sputtered out like a meteor and fell behind Yellow Spring Mountain, turning into a large number of tombstones. The tombstones that were destroyed by Lin Ling and the others appeared again. Moreover, the tombstones began to turn illusory. As long as the transformation was successful, the array would be completely formed. It could be said that this array was very difficult to break. Unless the source was cut off and people were stopped from continuously dying, it was impossible to break it within the array. What a great effort! In order to trap us, you actually sacrificed so many mortals. This debt of blood will fall on your heads. The killing intent in Lin Ling's heart became stronger and stronger. They're just ants. No matter how many of them die, it's not a big deal. The immortal God King said with a faint smile. To be able to trap you, Lin Ling, they died a worthy death. In the sky, the Yellow Spring Emperor also spoke. As an expert who controlled reincarnation, he had a disdainful attitude towards life. The day you become ants, you will know how lowly you are. Lin Ling said coldly. However, the two giants laughed disdainfully. Okay, the array is completed. Yes. Finally, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor let out a joyful voice. His words made the immortal divine king relax. Lin Ling, I don't have any intention of targeting you. I don't have any enmity with you. In fact, we can even be friends. Yes. After speaking, he released Xianxia and the others. Lin Ling also took them, but he sneered inwardly. Friends? Using Xianxia and the others to threaten him, the immortal God King still had the nerve to call himself a friend? Shameless. Motherfucker, cut the crap and get to the point. Lin Ling sneered directly. His words made the immortal God King's face turn ugly. Lin Ling actually dared to scold him? However, he held back and said, I know you're looking for the third stone statue left behind by Li Xiaoyao, so I hope you can cooperate with us to find the statue together. Then we will release your people. How about it? The third statue. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others' faces turned cold. So this was his goal. Lin Ling's pupils also narrowed. Then he looked at the sky. Yellow Spring Emperor, you also came for this, right? Yes. Yes, the treasure belongs to everyone, so from the perspective of righteousness, I definitely agree with their actions. The Yellow Spring Emperor said indifferently. Everyone? Chapter 2132. Greed. The third stone sculpture was left behind by their master, and now it belonged to everyone? One had to know that the treasure left behind by the third stone sculpture was definitely obtained by their master when he was alive. Why didn't these guys stand out to help Li Xiaoyao at that time? A bunch of hypocrites. Thinking of this, the impulsive Dark Dragon Emperor directly scolded them. Don't talk nonsense. I'll ask you now, do you agree or not? The immortal divine king said calmly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. That kind of greed and hypocrisy made even Zhang Yingjun feel like he was a different person. That was not his uncle. The immortal Buddha Lord also shook his head. Treasures moved people's hearts. He had always respected his big brother, but he didn't expect him to be so hypocritical. He had clearly snatched other people's things, but he actually had the nerve to say it was his own. However, although everyone felt that the immortal divine king was extremely ugly, Lin Ling didn't have many choices left. He nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." "Hee, that's good. We can still be friends." Seeing Lin Ling agree, the immortal divine king smiled and nodded. "But before that, I have a condition." Lin Ling opened his mouth again. "Just say it. Because you are Zhang Yingjuan's brother, you are also half a relative of mine. So, if you have any problems, I will definitely help you." The immortal divine king said word by word. Those who didn't know him would think that he had a deep friendship with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was cold. He walked forward step by step and arrived in front of the immortal divine king. But a crisp slap landed on his face. "You are not qualified to be my friend." This slap clearly stunned the immortal divine king. He was the #1 divine king of the immortal divine nation. When had he been slapped in the face? He was just about to get angry, but Lin Ling's voice sounded again. "My condition is to be slapped 3 times by me." Hearing this, the immortal divine king suppressed the anger in his heart. He endured it. Papa. Lin Ling was direct and efficient as he ruthlessly slapped his face. Not bad. The feeling of scratching the divine king's face is pretty good. As soon as he said that, the immortal god king was so angry that his body trembled. Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others laughed. Even the dark dragon emperor roared, "Immortal god king, your skin is so thick. I wonder if 3 slaps will hurt?" "That was a good slap. Can we go now?" The immortal god king gritted his teeth and said with a faint smile. This person knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He had the temperament of an ambitious and ruthless person. This boldness made Lin Ling secretly shocked. He said coldly, "Lead the way, dog. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you 3 more slaps." "That's what you get for being so arrogant. Once I find the statue, I'll pay you back 10-fold. The immortal divine king thought inwardly, enduring silently. Lin Ling strode forward. He believed that the Yellow Spring Emperor would open the array and let him leave. As for Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others, Lin Ling wasn't too worried because the 3 of them weren't weak. However, they couldn't break the array and could only be trapped here. This was also the reason why Lin Ling agreed. Because if they didn't leave the array, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to break it. "Lin Ling. Master." Seeing Lin Ling leave, Sword Immortal Xianxia and the others were a little worried. However, Lin Ling waved behind their back, telling them not to worry. After leaving the array, Lin Ling followed the immortal divine king and the Yellow Spring Emperor into reincarnation. The Yellow Spring Emperor wore a large cloak and had a quiet personality. Lin Ling took a second look at him. However, he, Lin Ling, would remember today's grudge. Then, the 3 of them arrived at Reincarnation City. To Lin Ling's surprise, a large number of experts were already waiting there. The Sun God King from the Nation of God, the Ghost Emperor from the Ghost Tribe, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master from the Devil Tribe, the Drunken Immortal and the Death Arrow Martial God from the Human Tribe. Many ancient giants were there. They clearly had a plan and were greedy for the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. Seeing this, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew stronger. "Lin Ling, how have you been?" After seeing Lin Ling, the Sun God King let out a low cry. However, he seemed to be in a good mood because Lin Ling had also become his prisoner. As for the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, he was also incomparably excited. Lin Ling still had some use. After that, he would slowly kill this junior. Apart from them, the other experts were laughing excitedly. In their opinion, anyone here could kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only kneel and beg for mercy in their hands. The laughter made Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. These people were so greedy. However, how could he let them off so easily? "A bunch of trash. I've kept you waiting." His lips moved slightly and Lin Ling spat out a sentence coldly. "Trash?" Those ancient great heads were startled. Soon after, They became furious. They thought that Lin Ling would lower his voice since he had been captured. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would directly call them trash? Do you know the situation you're in now? Swallow your previous words. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. The Sun God King shouted coldly. Lin Ling didn't have any disciples by his side. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. If you want the treasure, then you have to be scolded. You've cultivated for so many years, but you don't understand this principle. Have you cultivated for dogs? However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he shouted again. His voice made the experts suppress their anger. Yes, they seemed to have a favor to ask of Lin Ling. Also, I'm tired from walking. Bring me some tea. Lin Ling said again. He was treating these ancient giants as slaves. Don't be too arrogant. Now, we can kill you at any time. The Sun God King's face turned even colder. Ha, are you threatening me? I'm so scared. However, I, Lin Ling, am standing here. My neck is exposed. Come and kill me. If you don't, then you're trash. Trash come. Lin Ling wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. His aura was so strong that it made the surrounding experts tremble. Even if Lin Ling was a prisoner, he was still arrogant. Who will kill me? Lin Ling shouted again. Unfortunately, wherever his gaze passed, the experts didn't dare to act rashly. Crazy enough, but your strength is still a bit too weak. The Sun God King clenched his fists. He almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Don't be angered by him. He wants you to kill him on purpose. If you kill him, our secret plan will fail. However, the Immortal God King beside him immediately stopped him. Although he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, he still had to endure. Pour him some tea, an expert said. He was a big shot of the ghost race, but they endured it. One by one. Starting from the Immortal God King, everyone will have a cup of tea. After it's over, I will lead the way. After someone took out a table and chairs, Lin Ling directly sat down and said unhurriedly. Everyone had to be respectful? They looked at Lin Ling, who was as calm as a sovereign. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices, but they still endured it. Then they poured tea one by one. Lin Ling lazily received it. His heart finally felt a bit better. Pooh. After drinking a mouthful, he sprayed the tea on the Sun God King's face. The tea is too cold. What did you do, you dog slave? Chapter 2133. In the mysterious desert. The tea is too hot. Are you tired of living? Kneel down. All the ancient giants were being made difficult by Lin Ling. They were so angry that their bodies continued to tremble. What was even more exaggerated was that Lin Ling directly slapped the Immortal God King in front of everyone, causing the Immortal God King to lose face. Obviously, Lin Ling was extremely angry towards the Immortal God King. As for the Yellow Spring Emperor, the moment the other party poured tea, Lin Ling kicked him out, causing him to roll out like a gourd. His face was as angry as an eggplant. This guy is ruthless enough. The surrounding experts were all dumbfounded at this moment. The ancient giants represented the top experts of each race. They could summon the wind and rain, command the wind and rain, and summon the power of an entire race. But now, they were all humiliated by Lin Ling one by one, and they couldn't even talk back. This kind of thing was undoubtedly extremely rare. However, if they wanted to gain something, they had to pay a price. Right now, what they had to pay was their face. Let's go. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and said. He knew that what he did before was just a temporary measure. What he had to do next still had to be done. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Ling. This trip is for a fair battle. After finding the statue, we can divide the treasures fairly, and then we won't interfere with each other until the battle of creation begins. The Sun God King walked over and said, his palm landing on Lin Ling's shoulder. His words were pleasant to hear, but his actions were extremely insidious. A wisp of mysterious flame entered Lin Ling's body, entangling Lin Ling's real power source. With just a thought, Lin Ling's real power source would explode. This method was undoubtedly extremely ruthless. Sensing the mysterious power in his body, Lin Ling smiled and nodded, as if he didn't know that the Sun God King was scheming against him. He took a step and headed towards the depths of the ghost domain. What reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? In my opinion, he's just a piece of trash. What's there to be proud of when you're just a prisoner? And, if it weren't for the third stone statue, I would have killed him. Without Sword Immortal, Song Heaven, and the others, Lin Ling could be killed at any time in the hearts of the powerhouses. Their auras gradually became more and more arrogant. Lead the way quickly. There was even a rank 4 martial emperor realm expert who kept yelling at Lin Ling. His attitude was condescending. But soon, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor heavily injured him with a palm strike. Don't forget our promise to Lin Ling. He's responsible for leading the way. After that, we'll still be friends. Being arrogant to my friend is the same as being arrogant to me. It was as if he wanted to protect Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was extremely wary of him and did not fall for it. Along the way, they passed by a vast sea of ghosts and ghost mountains filled with vengeful spirits. However, this group of people had gathered the strongest fighting strength of the 4 clans, so they were safe and sound along the way. Gradually, an ancient desert appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that they were getting closer to the stone statue. The desert was quiet, but there was a mysterious aura permeating the air. The cold wind was like the crying of ghosts, making one's heart feel heavy. There's something wrong with this desert. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, are you familiar with it? The human drunken Immortal asked. I'm afraid that no one from the Ghost Clan has come to this desert before. Yes. Although the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was not familiar with him and could be considered as his enemy, they were currently in a cooperative relationship, so he spoke. No one has come here before? Yes. All the powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Lin Ling. If it wasn't for him leading the way, no one would have been able to find this place. However, from another point of view, there might be a third stone statue hidden here. Immediately, the powerhouses revealed greedy smiles as if they had already obtained all the treasures. However, there's something wrong with this desert. Yes. Suddenly, a powerhouse from the Ghost Clan said and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you enter the desert first. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling frowned. He wanted him to lead the way? He turned to look at the person who spoke and found that it was Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian, whom he had met once before. This person was the Water Ghost Ancestor. Back then, when he went to the Saint's Grand Domain, this guy came with the pink second prince to kill him. Who would have thought that he would also come for a share this time? You're ordering me? Coldly snorting in his heart, Lin Ling said indifferently. Nonsense, you're the one who has cultivated for the shortest time here. You're a junior. If you don't lead the way, do you expect us seniors to go? Go quickly. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian shouted coldly. His words were filled with majesty. He did not expect that a prisoner like Lin Ling would dare to refute him. The other powerhouses fell silent. They were indeed afraid of this mysterious desert. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything, walking step by step towards Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian. What do you want? Exclamation point. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian also walked out, his aura becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Ling was the human race's #1 genius, but in front of an ancient giant like him, Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Although Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian was not one of the Ghost Domain's 4 great Ghost Emperors and was weaker, it would not be difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Don't forget that you were able to escape from me last time because of the ancient snake on your body. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian wanted Lin Ling to know the gap between them. Moreover, he also wanted to prove that he was an ancient giant, so he was not afraid of Lin Ling. You seem to be only a 4th-level martial emperor. Yes. Lin Ling finally spoke. Yes, although I'm not a peak martial emperor, I'm not an ordinary martial emperor. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian said coldly. Lin Ling nodded again, his face as calm as an ancient well. However, a white flame appeared in his left hand, dancing like a spirit. You want to attack me? I advise you not to look for trouble. Yes. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. Behind him, a large number of water ghosts appeared, roaring continuously. It was a terrifying sight. "You're not qualified." Sigh. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at the water ghosts. Instead, the flame in his hand increased. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious reincarnation circle appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful pressure. "Azura path this guy." Sigh. The Yellow Spring Emperor was first stunned, but he quickly warned, "Be careful." Sigh. Although Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's cultivation was higher and his laws were not weak, his talent was not as good as Lin Ling's. Moreover, Lin Ling had reached the third-level Martial Emperor realm, and his body had more than 500,000 laws. This was undoubtedly terrifying. 500,000 laws. Sensing the laws in the sky, the other ancient giants gasped. Lin Ling was indeed the #1 genius of the human race. The heavenly-reaching ghost tribesman's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had been very confident because he had a trump card. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to possess so many laws that he was comparable to a rank 4 martial emperor. Coupled with the mysterious Yellow Springs flame, he seemed to be no match for Lin Ling. "Wait, this can be discussed." Immediately, Tong Tiangezu shouted anxiously, but all he got in return was a sneer from Lin Ling. Rumble. At the same time, the mysterious reincarnation circle in the sky produced a terrifying suction force. The white flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Puff, puff, puff. The water ghosts behind Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. The most terrifying thing was that they were all burned. Chapter 2134. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios left I mutation, discuss? Lin Ling sneered, "Didn't you order me around before? Didn't you prove that you are an ancient giant of the Ghost Clan? Why do you want to discuss now?" His voice was like thunder, causing Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's face to turn pale. He seemed to have overestimated himself. He did not know that apart from a few ancient giants, everyone else was actually ants to Lin Ling. He, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian, was not qualified to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. "Heavenly Coffin Emperor, save me." Suddenly, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian looked at one of the Ghost Emperors and said, "This person was one of the 4 Ghost Emperors of the Ghost Clan and his strength was unfathomable." However, what disappointed him was that the Ghost Emperor carrying the giant coffin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. To him, it was no big deal to die in front of him. However, Lin Ling's strength made him feel pressured. After all, an ordinary rank 3 martial emperor only had 50,000 laws, while geniuses had between 100,000 and 200,000 laws. This was already very terrifying. However, Lin Ling was a monster above all geniuses. He had 500,000 laws. Such a monster could not be allowed to live. The other ancient giants also had the same thought, so no one responded to Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian's request for help. How sad. You want to prove yourself in front of all the giants, but no one cares even if you die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently. Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian was brought into the reincarnation circle. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that Lin Ling had grown to such strength, he would not have arrogantly ordered Lin Ling. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was not until Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian disappeared that everyone reacted. Other than the true ancient giants, everyone else stared at Lin Ling with deep fear in their eyes. "Lin Ling, stay here. The rest of you, go into the desert to explore." Among the 4 ghost emperors of the ghost realm, a thin middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Great Zhou Heavenly Emperor of the Soul Luo Great Zhou, a true ancient giant of the Ghost Clan. "Your clans also need to send people to explore." Then he continued. The experts in the surroundings smiled bitterly as they entered to explore the path. Only the true ancient giants were left behind. What is this? In the silent desert, murderous intent was hidden everywhere. A level 5 Martial Emperor realm expert was quickly killed. This was because a pair of gigantic pincers had suddenly stretched out from beneath the desert, and they had directly clamped the powerhouse to death. Laws and blood splattered in all directions. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! What was that thing? Even the expressions of the Sun God King and the others changed drastically as they looked at Lin Ling. The black demon scorpion is from the martial god realm. Its entire body is made up of laws. Moreover, it is vicious and overbearing. Even a rank 6 martial emperor would die here, let alone a rank 5 martial emperor. Lin Ling said indifferently. In fact, these terrifying things were left behind by Li Xiaoyao to protect the stone sculpture. From the martial god world? Hearing this, the faces of the experts turned pale. As long as it was related to the martial god realm, they had to look up to anything. After all, that mysterious world was a place that all martial artists dreamed of. Let's go! Then, Lin Ling chose a safe direction and led the group forward. Along the way, although there were many dangers, they could still manage. This was because Lin Ling had chosen the right direction. If others had barged in recklessly, they would definitely have died. Gradually, a tall figure began to appear on the horizon. After the sandstorm, they could vaguely see a huge stone sculpture. We're here, we're finally here. The crowd was excited. Even Lin Ling was the same. In fact, if it were not for these guys beside him, it would have taken him a lot of effort to find the third stone sculpture. However, Lin Ling did not trust these guys. Moreover, the stone sculpture was left behind by him. How could he let these greedy guys get their hands on it? I'm sorry, I'll be leaving first. After moving forward for a while, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He took a step forward and dashed forward. This action was so sudden that the experts could not react in time. You're courting death. The Sun God King was the first to roar. A divine flame shone out and his speed followed the light as he chased after Lin Ling. This was a terrifying speed of the laws. However, Lin Ling had a sneer on his face as he continued to run. Rumble. Almost at the same time, on the ground, dust exploded as a giant scorpion the size of a small mountain rushed out. Endless laws were also blooming. What is this? Some of the weaker martial artists were actually corroded alive by the giant scorpion's ferocity. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the giant scorpion was. Black Demon Scorpion King. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. The reason why he quickened his pace was because he knew that there were many Scorpion Kings here. They were enough to stop those greedy guys. Little bastard. Sensing that the giant scorpion was blocking their path, all the ancient giants were furious. Lin Ling was indeed unwilling to cooperate. Chase, we must get the third stone sculpture before he does. Those ancient giants exposed their killing intent. If they caught Lin Ling, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were urgent. He erupted with all his laws and shot into the distance at a speed faster than light. The stone sculpture was gradually getting closer. That man was indomitable and had been silently waiting here for millions of years. Looking at the stone sculpture once again, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. The stone sculpture had finally appeared. If he could obtain it, he would be able to know what had happened to Li Xiaoyao in the martial god world. He would also be able to obtain the most precious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had left behind. I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself, the flames of battle burning in his eyes. Rumble. Although he was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture, it was not peaceful. Ghost scorpions rushed out from under the desert, their ferocious auras and ghostly auras forming terrifying laws. Great creation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not weak either. He killed that ghost scorpion with a sword. Moreover, he directly threw out the reincarnation ring, creating a powerful suction force that pulled all the ghost scorpions that crawled out from nearby into the reincarnation ring. With this, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. When Lin Ling landed in front of the sculpture, his heart finally relaxed. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling's hand touched the sculpture, because the enemy behind him would not give him much time. Rumble. With a light touch of his palm, the sculpture immediately swayed and cracks appeared. First, the sand under the sculpture enveloped Lin Ling like a wave. turning into a huge vortex that constantly shrank and shot towards Lin Ling's eyes. "What is this?" Lin Ling's expression changed. The next moment he felt a sharp pain in his left eye, causing him to madly scream. If someone could see Lin Ling's eyes, they would definitely see that his left eye had mutated. His eyeball was formed by countless runes, and those runes were constantly wriggling. It was a shocking sight. Moreover, with Lin Ling as the center, rings of demonic aura gushed out from all directions. Rumble. Along the way, the ghost scorpions in the desert all exploded. The power of one eye was so terrifying. Chapter 2135. Martial God's Path. Lin Ling roared towards the sky. He still didn't know what had happened. Only by obtaining the statue could he regain all his memories and know what had happened. Unfortunately, he had only absorbed the most inconspicuous sand under the statue. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's left eye lost its light. Blood even began to drip from his cheek onto the ground. It was a shocking sight. The cracks on the statue became bigger and bigger, as if it was going to turn into dust and envelop Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would obtain everything of Li Xiaoyao. However, at this moment, a cold shout rang out. In front of the statue, those ancient giants had all arrived. Their faces were filled with excitement. However, when they saw Lin Ling's blind left eye, their hearts trembled. Although Lin Ling's strength was very weak to them. However, they didn't know why. Looking at the face that was a combination of evil and demonic energy, they actually felt a sense of fear. Lin Ling, what had happened? However, fortunately, the statue was still there. Lin Ling didn't obtain any benefits. That blind eye should have been injured by the ghost scorpion on the way. That statue doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all the experts in this world. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. The Yellow Spring Emperor was the first to speak. Lin Ling's face was cold. He didn't say a word and stood there like an arrogant evil god. He only had one eye left, but he could see through these hypocrites. "I knew you would refuse, but we were already prepared, Immortal God King." The Sun God King sneered and then shouted. I'm sorry Lin Ling. I've brought Xian Yuangur, Yuan Shiguer, and the others here." The Immortal God King walked out with a smile. Previously, he had an agreement with Lin Ling. He released Xian Yuange and Yuan Shiguer, and Lin Ling brought them here. However, the Immortal God King obviously didn't keep his word. In order to guard against Lin Ling, he had already prepared a backup plan. And as he looked at the two people in the Immortal God King's hands, the killing intent in Lin Ling's right eye became even thicker. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone would shiver. "How cold? You will all die." Lin Ling finally spat out these words coldly. He didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. I'm so scared. But hand over the statue." The Immortal Divine King shrugged his shoulders. Even though he was afraid of Lin Ling's killing intent, the sculpture was right in front of his eyes, causing him to forget all of his apprehension. It was to the extent where his mind was filled with thoughts of the treasures of the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras. This treasure trove must be incomparably rich. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded. Without saying anything, he punched the statue in front of him. He knew that those people were shameless, but if he did not hand over the statue, they would not hand over the person. Therefore, the most important thing now was to hand over the statue. "Don't worry, after I get the statue, I'll definitely let him go." Seeing the statue gradually shattering, all of the ancient giants became nervous. The statue exploded, scattering in all directions like rocks, causing all of the experts' breathing to become hurried, the excitement on their faces becoming a bit stronger. "I got it. This rock actually has the 9 heavens divine devil technique. I got a natural talent. Divine crystal, heavens, what a huge piece of divine crystal." The statue was left behind by Li Xiaoyao for Lin Ling to use in his new cultivation, so it contained endless treasures. At this moment, it was scattered and was obtained by everyone. Wang. However, the moment the statue shattered, something unbelievable happened. A terrifying vortex appeared where the statue had been, and a multicolored light quietly appeared. Moreover, it continued to expand, forming a vortex that looked like a void enchantment. At this moment, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. This vortex led to the martial god realm. Of course, even though it could lead to the martial god realm, no one dared to rashly enter, because in many historical records, without meeting the requirements, even if one had the path to the martial god realm, it was still a path of death. Therefore, only those who met the requirements could enter the martial god realm, and they could even open up the void to enter. Hee, your woman, I'll return it to you. The immortal divine king's expression was extremely ferocious, and evil thoughts arose in his heart. He threw Xianxia and Xiaoyao into the mysterious vortex, and let Lin Ling accompany his woman into the martial god realm. You're courting death. Lin Ling couldn't bear it anymore, and his expression was extremely ferocious. These people were too much. Previously, in order to save Xianxia, he had handed over the statue, but he didn't expect the immortal divine king and the others to go back on their words again. Hee, thank you for the statue. The immortal divine king and the other ancient giants all laughed, and then rushed towards the broken statue, and began to collect the treasures. At this moment, Lin Ling clearly didn't have any other choice, and could only chase after Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao. However, the suction force of the multicolored vortex was too terrifying. After getting close, not to mention Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao, even Lin Ling couldn't control his body, and was sucked into the vortex. Goodbye. Watching Lin Ling disappear into the void passage of the martial god realm, the sun god king waved his hand, as if the great enemy in his heart was already dead, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the treasures you left behind. I will be back, and when that day comes, the time of your death will come." Lin Ling looked deeply at those hypocritical people, and resolutely rushed into the vortex. Today's matter, he had implicated Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao, so how could he give up on Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao? Therefore, even if it was a path of death, he would step in without hesitation. Rumble. After entering the multicolored vortex, this place was like a starry sky, and there were large amounts of multicolored light balls in the distance, and they were emitting a mysterious pressure. The path of the martial god, without a realm origin, those who step in will die. In the vast starry sky, an old voice drifted out. Realm origin, this was obviously the only qualification to enter the martial god realm. There were two ways to create it. First, kill 30 million peak martial emperors. The second option was self-comprehension. Of these two options, the first was obviously easier. However, in Lin Ling's world, this option was very difficult because there were not enough martial emperors at the peak of the martial emperor realm to kill him. Almost at the same time, there was a mysterious power swimming in the world, as if it wanted to erase everything, and this was the most primitive power in the universe. When the laws met this power, they were like tofu. If the laws were the rules of a world, then realm origin was the power of a world. Controlling realm origin was the world king. After rushing into this mysterious world, Lin Ling did not care about anything else, and directly rushed towards Xianxia and Li Xiaoyao floating in the void. His eyes were filled with madness. However, at this moment, the terrifying mysterious power attacked, as if it could destroy the world, enveloping his entire body. This power was too strong. When Lin Ling grabbed Xianxia's hand, he lost consciousness. Moreover, that mysterious power was invading him, destroying him. Chapter 2136. The trial of boundary elements. After that voice, a gentle blue and white light floated out and enveloped Lin Ling and Xianxia. It helped them resist the mysterious power around them and made them feel as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Master, let's help Lord Lin Ling leave this place. At this moment, another excited voice sounded. Hee, not everyone has such an opportunity. Only those who can grasp it are true geniuses of the martial god realm. If he manages to comprehend his own world origin, this path won't be able to stop him anymore. Also, he will have the qualifications to enter the martial god world. Hence, I will protect him for 3 days. I hope he can find his own world origin within these 3 days. Another voice rang out. What was surprising was that this voice was extremely young. Jieyuan? He will succeed. The old voice said excitedly. Yes, world essence is the power of a world. When he can break through the void and return here, he will have comprehended world essence. In the future, he will soar into the sky. So, let's wait slowly. Right now, he has already returned to where he came from. Another voice said with a laugh. Moreover, he brought out a wine gourd and began drinking. Comprehending world essence was also a type of experience. If Lin Ling was still awake at this moment, and saw those two people, he would definitely be shocked like a celestial being, because those two people were familiar to him. Unfortunately, at this moment, he seemed to have traveled through the void and arrived at the very beginning. That was his hometown, Wuxia. Within 3 days, he had to return from Wuxia, break through the void, and comprehend the realm essence. The train happily crossed the tracks, and laughter could be heard from time to time. Some people were looking at the scenery outside the window, some were playing cards, and some were sleeping. On one of the seats, the young man narrowed his eyes and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, his eyes moved slightly as if he was dreaming. Yu and Yuer, ancestor Tian. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces floated through the young man's mind. In another place, he seemed to be an existence that looked down on the world, and he was sitting on the dreams of many men. He had several celestial fairy-like wives, and he also had a large number of subordinates. Jieyuan. In the end, a voice appeared in his mind. The voice was telling him that he had to comprehend the origin of the world. At that time, he could return, and if he failed, he would stay here forever. Die. Suddenly, the young man shouted in a low voice, and the carriage instantly quieted down. Lin Ling, did you have a nightmare? At this time, a short fatty beside the young man nudged him, causing him to finally wake up. He looked to his side, and beside him was his best friend Huang Wei. At this moment, that wretched guy was looking at Lin Ling with a face of surprise. Of course, the people in the carriage were also looking at Lin Ling. After all, in an era of law, this young man actually said to die. It seemed like he was a ruthless character. However, judging from his appearance, that young man had delicate features and was not even 20 years old. He did not seem to be ruthless at all. Did you dream? Lin Ling was stunned for a long time. Then he looked at his own clothes, white shirt, and washed-out jeans. He gradually came to his senses. Damn, what kind of dream were you having? You actually fought and killed. You're really ruthless. Huang Wei, his best friend beside him, said in surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. In the dream, I had several beautiful wives. Moreover, I was the #1 emperor. There were countless strong people under me, and everyone worshipped me. Then, I met a group of hypocritical ancient giants, so I wanted to kill them all. All right, stop daydreaming. Wake up, it's time for us to move bricks. Huang Wei waved his hand and interrupted. Beautiful women and dominating the world? He often had this beautiful dream because it was something that every man dreamed of. Lin Ling shook his head and touched his chin. He felt that the dream was very realistic. However, the reality was that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. He had no parents and was self-reliant after graduating from high school. For example, this time, if he had not been greedy and went to the town to buy some food, he would not have taken this train. As for the little fatty beside him, he was the representative of a loser. Although he was not lazy, he was not diligent either. He grew up with Lin Ling, and his only joy was to stay on the street and look at beautiful women. Sometimes, Lin Ling would not even bother to associate with him. Why do I feel like there are many people on the other side waiting for me to go back? After shaking his head, Lin Ling threw away the boring thoughts in his mind. Grandpa, wake up. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from the carriage. The voice was very pleasant to the ear. The carriage suddenly surged. Many people stood up, including Lin Ling and Huang Wei. In the front row, an old man in his 60s was lying on his seat. He had a pained expression on his face and his breathing seemed to slow down. In front of him was a girl about 16 or 17 years old. She was lying on the old man's chest and listening carefully. However, her expression was becoming more and more anxious. The crowd also understood what happened. It was obvious that the old man suddenly had a seizure during the ride. "Grandpa, I shouldn't have brought you here. Grandpa, wake up," the young girl said anxiously. However, many male perverts in the carriage stared at the young girl. It had to be said that the young girl was the best. Not only was she tall, but she was also curvy in all the right places. Most importantly, she was young and attractive. She wore a pink floral dress and a pair of sports shoes. Paired with black stockings, she made people unable to take their eyes off her. "Move aside, move aside." At this time, a young man with glasses shouted. He pushed the crowd aside and came to the old man's side. "I'm a doctor," the man with glasses said first. He stared greedily at the beautiful young girl, but on the surface, he pretended to be indifferent. The young girl immediately grabbed the man's hand. "Doctor, you must save my grandpa. I'll agree to any condition you have." As soon as she said that, the man's eyes lit up. However, he still maintained his indifference. However, his heart was already stirring. "Agree to anything?" Lin Ling shook his head. The young girl was too naive. Such words could not be said casually. "Okay, I'll take a look at your grandpa first." The man with glasses looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. He could see that the young girl came from a good family. Based on the new Nikes, he had a feeling. If he could get such a beautiful young girl with money, it would be great. Next, he took out a medical instrument. First, he checked the old man's temperature. Then, he checked the old man's heartbeat. However, he found that the old man had no heartbeat. He quickly tried to wake the old man up using first aid methods. Of course, this method was obviously not very useful. Although he was indeed a doctor, he was only good at injecting needles. He had no way to treat those difficult and complicated diseases. "Doctor, how is it?" the young girl asked anxiously. "He's fine for now." Chapter 2137. To treat the symptoms or the root. That's good. "Thank you." The beautiful girl grabbed the bespectacled man's hand excitedly, causing the bespectacled man's heart to flutter. Even from his angle, he could vaguely see the deep cleavage of the beautiful girl's chest, causing him to become addicted to it. The old man on the seat was naturally thrown beyond the 9 heavens by him. The surrounding crowd was also full of praise. This bespectacled man was really amazing. Did you see that? If you have a skill, you'll be popular everywhere. Although that bespectacled guy didn't manage to get that girl, he was already halfway there. Sigh, us losers can only look up to him. However, that girl is really not bad. Next to Lin Ling, Huang Wei was drooling. Then, he wanted to pull Lin Ling back to his seat, but he realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. "You brat, don't tell me you're addicted to looking at her. Listen to me, carry the bricks properly, and you'll get a girl." Huang Wei couldn't help but be speechless. Although the beautiful girl was indeed beautiful, he didn't have to stare at her for so long. However, what happened next made Huang Wei's jaw drop. This was because Lin Ling had already stepped forward. "Bespectacled man, this old man is getting more and more dangerous. If we wait any longer, he will die. How can you say that he's fine?" Lin Ling said as he walked. He didn't want to be in the limelight, but he couldn't bear to see a life disappear before his eyes. The crowd looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling's appearance was somewhat handsome, his clothes were very ordinary. Presumably, he was also a person at the bottom of society. She didn't know where he got his confidence from. "Are you questioning me? I'm a doctor." The bespectacled man frowned and looked at Lin Ling. "If you want to pick up girls, I don't object. But at least you have to save her. After she wakes up, it's none of my business how you pick her up. Also, don't use your glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts." Lin Ling came to his seat and squatted down. These words undoubtedly angered the bespectacled man so much that his face turned red. This was because Lin Ling's words had torn apart his mask and exposed his inner thoughts to the world. This guy, using his glasses as a cover to stare at her breasts. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. The bespectacled man wished he could find a hole to hide in. As for the beautiful girl, she quickly let go of the bespectacled man's hand. "You, what nonsense? The bespectacled man couldn't hold it in anymore because he was being treated as a pervert. His heart. And his heart was originally already heart. If you don't save him now, Lin Ling said without even looking at him. The man with glasses was secretly shocked because he also knew that the old man's heart had a problem, but who would have thought that this ordinary-looking young man could also see it? Since, try you. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses. Even if you. He came out because he wanted to save the old man. He didn't want to be in the limelight. But his words made everyone surprised again. Even the doctors couldn't save him. How can this kid? Even Huang Wei's mouth was wide open. Lin Ling grew up with him. That kid knows medical things? How come I don't know? God, that guy must be picking up girls. But picking up girls also requires skill. Lin Ling doesn't seem to have that skill. In fact, Lin Ling really doesn't know medical knowledge. But he subconsciously thought that the heart disease was not difficult to treat. If it was before, he would never have this kind of confidence. But after the dream, he has. Can you really cure my grandfather? The beautiful girl looked at Lin Ling expectantly. But after the incident with the bespectacled man, she was on guard against Lin Ling. Is this kid here to take advantage of me? But unfortunately, she was disappointed. Most people who saw her would more or less be absent-minded. But Lin Ling looked at her with clear eyes. There was no change in his expression. Only a real doctor would have this kind of look. At some point, the girl even thought that she had lost her charm. In fact, every man would take a few more glances at a beautiful girl, especially a pure and beautiful girl with a good figure. However, after Lin Ling glanced at her, he subconsciously responded with a calm expression. It was as if in another world he had seen too many beautiful girls like her. There were even some who were better than her. Do you want to treat the symptoms or the root? Lin Ling calmly said. Treat the root? Hearing that, the crowd went silent again. Because the old man had a heart problem, it was an old and stubborn disease. It was obviously impossible to treat the root. Subconsciously, everyone thought that Lin Ling was a liar. Sigh, the skill is too low. Even Huang Wei shook his head. But what surprised everyone was that the beautiful girl stared at Lin Ling's eyes and then asked, what about treating the symptoms? The root? She did not know why she believed this young man, but she felt that this young man was not joking. Treating the symptoms, 100% success rate, but the root only has a 50% chance. Lin Ling said. This choice suddenly made the beautiful girl hesitate. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. Then let's treat the symptoms first. When your grandfather wakes up, let him make the final choice. The beautiful girl was indeed in a difficult position. After all, if the 50% chance failed, her grandfather would die. Hee, good at pretending. I admit, compared to my skill in picking up girls, you are twice as good as me. Unfortunately, picking up girls requires skill. The glasses man sneered at the side. He did not believe that Lin Ling could wake the old man up. Because just based on equipment, Lin Ling could not compare to the glasses man. At least the glasses man had a medical box. Even Huang Wei was curious. How would Lin Ling wake the old man up? Could it be that he would wake him up with a slap? But in fact, Lin Ling did wake up with a slap. Because there was a mysterious force swimming in his mind, Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through everything, so he slapped the old man's chest. Then, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot straight to the roof of the car. Everyone's eyes widened. Was that guy killing someone? But what happened next made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground. Cough cough. The old man slowly woke up, and his heart, which had stopped beating, began to beat again. In fact, Lin Ling's previous slap directly opened up the blocked heart muscle, causing blood to flow in the heart and gradually recover. Of course, this was easy to say. In fact, without the mysterious force in his mind, Lin Ling could not have done it. God, what kind of method is this? Waking someone up with a slap? The glasses man was so surprised that his glasses fell to the ground. He secretly said, "What a powerful method of picking up girls. The skill is very high. Grandfather, you woke up." The beautiful girl suddenly cried tears of joy, and the old man looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Through his granddaughter's words, he roughly knew the whole story. "Can you cure me?" the old man quickly asked. 50% chance, do you dare to bet? Chapter 2138. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' mysterious power. The old man could not help but ponder. Currently, he could live for another 5 years or so. However, if his illness was cured, he might be able to live for another 10 years. Of course, he was hesitant. He had visited all the major hospitals and found that his illness could not be cured. Now that an ordinary-looking kid said that he could cure it, it would be strange if he did not hesitate. However, when he thought of the kid's mysterious methods, he nodded and said, "Then I'll take the bet." Lin Ling was a little surprised. This old man did not seem like an ordinary person. He had great courage and he had the aura of a superior. "All right." Lin Ling nodded and let the old man sit up. The warm power in his mind seemed to be growing continuously. At first, it was like a seed, but it gradually began to germinate. Lin Ling realized that in the process of helping the old man, the seed grew faster and faster. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that his eyes could see through the old man's body. Suddenly, 2 of his fingers shot out and landed on the old man's body, causing the old man to spit out blood. This scene undoubtedly caused the carriages to be filled with shock. Some of the more timid ones even let out screams. Was Lin Ling treating him? This was murder, all right. The beautiful girl was also extremely worried. However, when she saw the determination in her grandfather's eyes, she endured it. Moreover, when her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, she could not help but be attracted to him. Since young, she had seen countless rich young masters and had come into contact with many talented people. However, this was the first time she had seen a youth like Lin Ling. That feeling made the young man seem as ethereal as an immortal. Done. With Lin Ling's final finger, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face actually turned rosy. In fact, he did not know that Lin Ling had used his finger to infuse the mysterious power in his mind into the old man's body and repair his heart. Previously, when Lin Ling said that there was a 50% chance, it was because it was the first time he had used such a method. He was not confident. "Next, let's recuperate." Lin Ling stood up. His face was a little pale. Then he walked towards Huang Wei. Right now, his mind was occupied by the mysterious power in his mind. What was it? Furthermore, why did something that didn't exist before appear after a dream? After Lin Ling left, the crowd stared at the old man. Seeing that he seemed to be fine, they were all shocked. As for the bespectacled man, he had already run away with his tail between his legs. He was even secretly shocked. Young people these days, in order to pick up girls, there was nothing they couldn't do. At the very least, he had never seen such a crude method in any of the major hospitals. "Lin Ling, you really succeeded. I'm impressed. After curing the old man, you calmly left and hid your achievements and fame. I give you full marks for acting tough." Huang Wei, who was following behind Lin Ling, was also surprised. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He didn't do it to pick up girls. First, it was to save people. Secondly, the mysterious power in his mind made him more and more curious, which was why he used those methods. "Brother Lin Ling, where did you learn the 6-pulse divine sword's finger technique? Teach me. I, Huang Wei, kneel before you," Huang Wei kept saying. Unfortunately, before the 2 of them could sit down, the broadcast sounded, "Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Shaoguan Station. Passengers alighting at Shaoguan Station, please prepare your luggage and get off. Goodbye. Let's talk when we get back." Lin Ling picked up his luggage and left with Huang Wei. At that moment, the old man's face was still full of disbelief. At first, he thought that it was a dream, but now, he felt that it was not a dream. He could only say that an expert was in the human world. "Grandpa, how is it?" the beautiful girl asked worriedly. "I feel like I can beat a cow to death now." The old man gradually smiled. At that moment, a large number of people rushed into the carriage and looked at the old man worriedly. "Director Liu, are you all right?" These people were dressed decently. It seemed that they came from a powerful background. "I'm fine." The old man changed his attitude and said calmly. The aura of a superior person quietly spread out. Alright, where's that kid? The train arrived at the station and he seemed to have left. Bastard, I wanted to thank him properly. Shwe, do you know where he came from? That kid isn't simple. Grandpa, I don't know, but I'll find him. The beautiful girl looked out of the carriage. Unfortunately, there was a sea of people outside. The ethereal young man had disappeared into the sea of people. However, the clear gaze of the young man from before was imprinted in her heart and could not be erased. Wow, you really left just like that? You don't want the money or the beautiful girl. In the station, Huang Wei followed Lin Ling and said in surprise. The scene that shocked the crowd was everyone's dream, but Lin Ling was so low-key. He's just an ant. Lin Ling said subconsciously. An ant? Huang Wei's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling also reacted. The reason why he called him an ant was because he felt that the admiration and surprise of these mortals was not a big deal. However, this was just his subconscious reaction. Brother, I'll kneel to you. Seeing that Lin Ling was not pretending to be calm, Huang Wei almost kneeled. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He really was not pretending. Both of them were losers among losers. They were very ordinary, so after getting off the train, they rushed to work. The work they did was also very ordinary. They did not know that the city's #1 evil group, the Snow Knight group, was looking for them with all their might. After a busy day, Lin Ling began to prepare for the evening business. He seemed to be doing ordinary work, but deep in his heart, there was a fighting spirit. He had always wanted to work hard to build his own business. Unfortunately, he had no background and no family background. Everything depended on himself. The thing in my mind is getting stronger and stronger. What is it? Why do I have a feeling that when it awakens, I'll leave this place? In his free time, Lin Ling looked at the sky and the nostalgia in his heart grew stronger. He had a feeling that his home wasn't here. What? Thinking of Lu Miaodong again? Noticing that Lin Ling was deep in thought, Huang Wei laughed. At this point, Lin Ling subconsciously took out a handkerchief from his chest. This handkerchief belonged to Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling knew Lu Miaodong when he was very young. At that time, he was bullied by street thugs and his head was broken. Lu Miaodong saw that Lin Ling was a little pitiful and used this handkerchief to bandage Lin Ling's head. It was also because of that favor that Lin Ling remembered it to this day. Later in middle school, he and Lu Miaodong were in the same class. The two of them also had an indescribable feeling. Unfortunately, as time passed, the former simple Lu Miaodong became more and more powerful. Gradually, she and Lin Ling walked further and further apart. To put it bluntly, this was because Lin Ling was a poor loser. Lu Miaodong's family background was a business family. She could be said to be the daughter of a rich family. Chapter 2139. Goodbye, classmate. Lin Ling smiled. I know, I just feel like I owe her a favor. This handkerchief, if there's a chance, I want to return it to her. First love is beautiful, but unfortunately, reality is also cruel, so Lin Ling slowly accepted the reality. And the peaceful days passed just like that. What surprised Lin Ling was that the energy in his mind was getting stronger and stronger, as if it would explode at any time. This made him want to go to the hospital, but in the end he didn't want to be a lab rat, so he suppressed that thought. On this day, the two of them opened a stall in the night market as usual. The so-called stall was actually a barbecue stall. And this barbecue stall was also the beginning of their dreams. As time passed, the streets gradually became lively, so Lin Ling and Huang Wei's business was extremely good. Please give me a string of chives. At this moment, a clear voice came from the stall, making Lin Ling smile and nod. When he looked up, he was stunned. There were 3 people in front of him, all of them were about 18 or 19 years old, and they were dressed fashionably, holding the latest iPhone 7 in their hands. These 3 were clearly the representatives of fair, rich, and beautiful women. However, Lin Ling stared at one of the women. That woman looked very gentle, her skin was very white, and at this moment, she was also looking at Lin Ling in astonishment. It's you. Lin Ling smiled and finally said, Don't worry. I also didn't expect it to be you. That woman also smiled and said, looking at Lin Ling's stall, and said, My sisters suddenly wanted to eat these things. In fact, I don't think it's clean, but I didn't expect to see you when I followed them. It was unknown whether it was a matter of luck or Lin Ling's bad luck, because this woman was actually Lu Miaodong. Huang Wei smiled bitterly at the side. Lin Ling's current appearance was seen by Lu Miaodong. Lin Ling must be very embarrassed. Miaodong, who is this? He looks very handsome but a little down. The two women beside Lu Miaodong also asked curiously. My former classmate. Lu Miaodong smiled. Oh, so you're classmates? But you both graduated from the same school. How come after graduation, one is the sky and the other is the earth? The two beauties shrugged their shoulders, but their words were filled with disdain. They simply looked down on Lin Ling. Hearing this, Huang Wei secretly shook his head. Lin Ling had lost a lot of face this time. No matter what, Lin Ling and Lu Miaodong could be considered childhood sweethearts. In the end, one was still the daughter of a rich family, while the other was running a stall on the street. If the two of them did not meet, it would have been fine. But if they did, this silent slap in the face was very satisfying. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling's reaction was very calm, without any awkwardness. And when Lu Miaodong saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Ling actually didn't feel inferior. In fact, she quite liked this boy when she was young because he was very hardworking. With his perseverance and diligence, he didn't lose to anyone in his studies. Unfortunately, as she grew up, she gradually realized that this society was all about money. And Lin Ling was obviously a poor ghost. That was also why she gradually distanced herself from Lin Ling. Today, when she saw Lin Ling again, she thought that Lin Ling would show a humble smile and treat her as a white swan. However, Lin Ling did not. Actually, are you interested in joining our company? After all, compared to doing this, our company is indeed much better. Suppressing the thoughts in her heart, Lu Miaodong's Hongyan's small mouth moved. Then there's no need. This profession is actually quite free. Lin Ling replied with a smile and handed over the roasted chives. The whole process was free and easy. In fact, if it was the previous Lin Ling right now, he would certainly be very embarrassed and feel very ashamed. But for some reason, after experiencing that dream, he didn't seem to care about these gazes at all. Instead, he seemed to be doing things his own way. This profession, although free, but there's no future. Lu Miaodong frowned. She didn't know why, but she didn't like Lin Ling's attitude very much. Because, in the past, she also liked this boy, so she wanted to see Lin Ling's admiring gaze more than this indifference. Freedom is good. Lin Ling shook his head and said. This made Lu Miaodong's anger more and more, but she still smiled and said, Next month is my birthday. We've known each other for a long time, so I hope you can come. As for the gift, it's good that you have the heart. Miaodong, you actually invited him? You should know that young Master Li was prepared to give you a Maserati, but you rejected him. If this kid comes, he won't give you a bunch of chives. Hearing Lu Miaodong's words, the FRB next to her was surprised. Her words were direct and did not consider Lin Ling and Huang Wei's self-esteem at all. And the fact was indeed so. Huang Wei somewhat couldn't bear it. Inviting them, was this to embarrass them? However, Lin Ling's reaction was still calm. Okay, some things it's time to return to you. In his hand, the handkerchief quietly appeared. He felt that it was time to end things. Leaving in his heart, after all, was just an inner demon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Miaodong obviously did not care about the things in Lin Ling's mouth. After laughing, she left with her best friend. On the way, Lu Miaodong received a phone call and slightly raised her voice to reply. Dad, did the Snow Yi Group agree to cooperate with our company? That's great, that's an order of 80 million. Come back quickly, Snow Yi Group. So Lu, he seems to have recovered from his illness. Now, Shaoguan City's famous people are congratulating him. Okay. The sound of high heels, with pride, disappeared in the street. And the street was silent. Snow Yi Group? This is the city's #1 group. It can be said that the whole city is controlled by this group. If this group wants to close a company, it's just a matter of moving their eyebrows. Moreover, not only in business, but also in other areas of the city. What a proud swan, talking about the Snow Yi group, as if knowing the Snow Yi group is something. And an order of 80 million, shouting so loudly, "Are you afraid that the whole street can't hear you?" After Lu Miaodong and the others disappeared, Huang Wei unwillingly said, "Of course, he was just saying." In fact, if he was given 80 million, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep for a year. "Ha, everyone has their own circle of life, don't worry about it." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "You are too calm. If it were me, I would have already scolded. So what if you have money, why do you look down on people?" Huang Wei was still chattering, "If it were up to me, don't go to her birthday, you will only be laughed at. What they think is none of my business, I just want to settle the matter in my heart." Lin Ling said unhurriedly, and then continued to busy himself. However, what happened before seemed to be just the beginning. After only an hour, a few familiar figures slowly walked in the street, and what they talked about was nothing more than cars, houses, and so on. Chapter 2140. He's your father. This voice was naturally noticed by Huang Wei. When he looked over, his expression immediately turned ugly. Xiao Wenda, Luo Laizhu, Luo Hua, what bad luck. The three of them were dressed rather brightly. They were Lin Ling's classmates. After graduation, Lin Ling did not have much contact with his classmates. Occasionally, he would hear news about how a certain classmate was doing, or that a certain classmate had become a manager, etc. The innocence she had when she was studying in the past had disappeared. What was left behind was competition. "Hey Lin Ling, Huang Wei." At this time, a surprised voice sounded. Among the three people, a plump man stared at Lin Ling. This person was called Luo Laizhu. If Lin Ling remembered correctly, he seemed to be the manager of a mobile phone brand. "Hee, old classmate." The other two also walked over with a smile, but their gazes were strange. In the past, Lin Ling was an extremely low-key existence in the class. Over time, no one looked up to him. After graduation, Lin Ling was still the same. Moreover, he was an extremely poor existence. Therefore, they did not inform Lin Ling of the several class gatherings. Instead, during the gatherings, Lin Ling became the laughing stock. Perhaps Lin Ling was at the bottom of the list, and those students who were just average could find a sense of superiority in him. "You're still doing this? Hee, how much money can you find in a day?" The fatty Luo Laizhu said with a faint smile. He had the demeanor of an expert. The other two also had similar appearances. "Barely making ends meet. You can say that I have more freedom." Lin Ling looked at the three of them indifferently and replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette and handed it over. However, who would have thought that fatty Luo would refuse with a smile? He even took out his high-end cigarettes and handed them to Lin Ling as if he was bestowing a gift. He smiled and said, "Cigarettes that are too cheap are harmful to the body, so you should smoke mine." Seeing this, the anger in Huang Wei's heart boiled even more. Wasn't this fatty a manager? As a manager, he should be the best at flattering others. Why didn't he even know common courtesy? He didn't even accept the cigarette? Right, perhaps Lin Ling was not one of the people he wanted to flatter, because Lin Ling was not even qualified to be fatty Luo's customer. However, they were classmates after all. Did he have to be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling was used to Huang Wei's excitement and took the cigarette with a smile. "Huang Wei, come, have one too." Seeing Lin Ling's calm reaction and not showing any humility, the fat man looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei snorted and took the cigarette. He said in a strange tone, "I heard that Luo Ling is doing well. Now he's a brand mobile phone manager. I wonder if you can give me a discount when I buy a phone from you?" "Hee, I'll give it to you." Student Luo raised his chin and spat out the words unhurriedly. He was rich and imposing, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling and Lin Feng. These words were obviously polite, but how could they not be arrogant and disdainful? He forthright. As expected of student Luo from class 3 to 5. Huang Wei clenched his fists in anger, but still smiled. "Oh right, Lu Miaodong's birthday is next month. Lin Ling, Huang Wei, you'll be attending, right? I received her invitation, and I plan to attend this time." "Good, see you then." We haven't seen each other in a few years, so this time we can catch up. We'll be leaving first. After a few conversations, the students seemed to enjoy a sense of superiority, so they left with smiles. On the way, the three of them enthusiastically talked about cars, as if deciding on a high-end joint venture car to buy. Hee, next month, Lin Ling and Huang Wei won't be riding bicycles, right? Faintly, Lin Ling and Huang Wei both heard Fatty Luo's laughter. You've gone too far. Huang Wei was furious. Let's wrap up early today, I'm full from anger. Lin Ling was busy with the work at hand. He smiled faintly. Why bother with them? You should know that in this world, no matter what you do, there will be people laughing at you, but there will also be people supporting you. Therefore, don't mind the voices of passers-by, just be firm. Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to talk about life philosophy. Lin Ling, why do I feel like you've changed after coming back? Could it be that you've seen through the world of mortals and are preparing to become a monk? Huang Wei moved his chubby face closer to Lin Ling, sizing up Lin Ling with great curiosity. Lin Ling was too indifferent, giving him the feeling that he was as elegant as an immortal. Scram. Lin Ling laughed and scolded, his heart heavy. In fact, he didn't know why he could say those words, but he felt that he really didn't care about the high and mighty attitude of the students before. It was as if he was watching a clown dance. Could it be that their views were different because of their different perspectives? Could it be that he was really an all-powerful sovereign, so he couldn't get angry at the mockery of these mortals? Since business is so today, let's just treat it as a holiday and have a meal. Lin Ling and Huang Wei shook their heads and started to wrap up their files. Lin Ling didn't realize that his previous calm thinking had made the mysterious ball of light in his mind even more exuberant. That ball of light seemed to be constantly reminding Lin Ling that he, Lin Ling, didn't belong here. Another world was his, and this was just the world of ants. He mustn't indulge in it. Fatty Luo's three classmates were chatting cheerfully and wittily, talking about how Lin Ling was down and out. Suddenly, Fatty Luo's phone rang. Are you there, Luo Laiju? Is that Director Lu? Yes, I'm here. When Fatty Luo saw the number, he hurriedly picked it up and flashed a flattering smile. This was because this person was his superior. You often go to the market, so you must be familiar with this area. I need you to help me find someone. I'll send you a photo later. Find him as soon as possible. Whoever finds him will be heavily rewarded. A dignified voice came from the other side of the phone. Yes, Director Lu. But who is this person? Why did Director Lu call you personally? This person is amazing. It's not just me, but the entire Shaoguan city is looking for him right now. It's the Snow Knight Group's order, so his background is just like your father's. He's also your boss. Master, you're his dog. Do you hear me? Fatty Luo sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. The voice came from the phone again. You'd better find him and treat him like your father. If you find him, you can take my position. If you can't find him, then pack up and get out of here. Yes, Director Lu. Fatty Luo didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After he hung up, a photo was sent to his phone. Unfortunately, it was a photo of a sketch. This person looks like Lin Ling. Beside him, Luo Hua stared at the image on the phone and shouted in surprise. It looks like him, but it's impossible. This person must have a big background if the Snow Knight Group is personally involved. Lin Ling is doing so poorly. How could it be him? Besides, this is just a sketch. It's just a drawing. Fatty Luo immediately shook his head.